Oh, great start. Great start. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna burp into the mic because that's the thing. Hello everybody. Welcome to today's live stream. Uh, I don't know why it's not starting because it should be starting. I press start. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. There it goes. Okay, I gotta mute myself. But no, it is starting, which is great. Hello to everyone who is watching the VOD, and excuse me for my burping, because oops, that's the thing. I'm going to start off playing some Pokemon. Yep, cannot wait to start the Pokemon live stream. I'm gonna share it just in a minute. Just because I am about 5 minutes early, and I just wanted to make sure that the audio and stuff was set up, and it sounds like it's ready to go. Journey through the Kanto region. Ooh, I almost spelled that wrong. Oops, Kanto region with Pokemon Red. Which also I have to explain why I'm starting with red and not yellow, blue, or any of the other iterations. Ooh, which all is going to be explained as soon as I get started. Copy. Alright, there you go. So yeah, it's Pokemon time, and it's a great thing. And I honestly wanted to make sure this was known. Yes, I am using an emulator, which no one should shame anyone for using an emulator when it is hard for some of us, but not all of us, to be able to have access to, streaming stuff. Sadly enough, I don't have an Elgato, so I can't use my 3DS, because otherwise I'd use my 3DS, and then I would have just bought another copy of Pokemon to probably most likely Pokemon Yellow, because that would, I mean, Blue. Or actually, no, my Yellow version would have actually been a perfect example of starting off. The problem is that I don't have such, so I'm using an emulator. Which, like I said, don't shame anyone for using an emulator because, look, it's an emulator. I mean, practically Nintendo has been emulating their own games anyway. Also, that I was going to do, um, Ruby version. I was going to do maybe Leaf Green or Fire Red, but for some reason my Virtual Boy um, isn't reading them. So I don't know what it is, and I've tried everything I could to get it going, but unfortunately nothing seems to have been working. So at that point, I just decided, well, just do what you do best and just go through Kanto through its original basis. Which I don't have an issue with Kanto on its original basis till we get to the parts of Kanto where I'm like, okay, guys, I'm tired. Like, this is not a thing, and it becomes a thing. And everybody, I think, knows for the most part a lot of what Kanto's issues are when Kanto starts, you know, doing its thing, which is Kanto is not the most beloved region when it comes to all of its kicks and quirks, but Kanto still has some really good things about it, and I'm not ever gonna knock Kanto for being Kanto because Kanto is awesome. Kanto is really cool. Kanto um, has a lot of benefits to it, and I think a lot of times people don't really like talk about the things of Kanto because I'm going to talk about things of Kanto today. I'm going to definitely talk about the things of Kanto throughout today's video because I started with Gen 1. I didn't initially start with Pokemon itself um, in terms of like the Game Boy versions. I actually started off Pokemon with what was that game? Pokemon Stadium was my introduction. So yeah, Also, I need to make sure the sound is on. So let me get the sound ready. No sound on. My controller should be working. Yes, it's working. Good, good. But yeah, we're gonna start our journey through Kanto region, and we're going to be playing some Pokemon. I'm gonna set the attack speed to fast. Battle animations on, and battle style is swift. That is because I will be making sure that I will level up my Pokemon. I already have my team chosen. Gen 1 is what I would say the safe haven of Pokemon because it's really easy to get through a lot of it. Like, there's minimum backtracking unless you legitimately just want to backtrack. Um, Other things about Kanto that I do love and adore is it's fucking Kanto. It has like literally majority of my favorite Pokemon are from Generation One, if not Gen One, Gen Three, and at that point, Gen Three to Gen Four, no, Gen Three to Gen Five has a surplus of my favorite Pokemon, and many of them I do remember. Um, it's just so iconic how this game is. Like Red and Blue, where everyone starts. Like if you're majority of the fan base that grew up in the '90s, you started off. If you did start off with Red or Blue, you started off with Yellow. I didn't start off with Yellow or Red or Blue in terms of the actual Pokemon games. I started off with Pokemon Stadium because my mother want did not buy separate Game Boys till later. And then when we did get Game Boys, we got Game Boy SP, so we were really late into the handhelds. However, my brother, um, he ended up trading Yu-Gi-Oh cards for um, a Game Boy Advance. Don't ask me how that happened, but it happened. And then, yeah, once all that came to fruition, I mean, my first journey in terms of handhelds was Pokemon Yellow. And then from Yellow, it went to Ruby. And from Ruby, it went from there. I think the only games that I haven't played, technically, I'll always withdraw from this because there is a free version. I think a lot of people know that. But, yeah, for my fruition of Pokemon itself, um, I just started from different bases. And then I caught up once I got to X and Y. Well, actually, Omega Ruby after Sapphire because I think at the time I did get my 3DS. Um, we were getting ready for Pokemon's Sun and Moon. So I caught up real quick because it's not hard to catch up in Pokemon, honestly. Gen 5, I don't think I really missed from Gen 6 was just, starting up uh, for Gen 6 because I did not play X and Y till a year after. And that was only a few months after Omega Ruby after Sapphire came out. So, yeah, it is what it is. But no, I'm a big fan of Pokemon. And starting off with some Pokemon's motifs. If you read this television screen. It talks about four boys walking on a railroad track. That is a reference to Stand By Me. But this is also made a reference that is acknowledged in the Pokemon song Gotcha, which came out for the 25th anniversary of Pokemon. And of course, Mom also makes a reference to this on her when you talk to her the first time. But the emulation here, this ROM is playing it off the Game Boy Color aspects. So we will see all the palettes that are initially meant for this game if you're playing it in Pokemon Yellow. I don't know if because I can't speak from a perspective of playing it on the original Game Boy. I can say that Pokemon Red and Blue, in terms of their original, their re sorry. When Pokemon Red and Blue got re-released onto the 3DS, they were not like this. They were all in black color. And the only thing that you really could tell where you were and stuff like that were signs, posts, and of course the iconic music. So yeah, and of course this is Professor Oak. He stops you right there at the start of um, you walking into the grass to tell you, hey, you don't have a Pokemon, come to my lab and I'll get you one. I know this iteration of Oak has been changed tremendously because Professor Oak is one of the most known um, Pokemon scientists. I mean, there's so many memes with Professor Oak. Why did I choose? Now I know some people are gonna question why did I choose red and blue and why didn't I just use my name or initials and stuff like that? Because I like the kin to the games themselves. Because I like the game lore a lot more than I like anime lore. So I'm not using Ash or Gary. I didn't want to use my name because then I'd have to sit here and think about a rival name. But instead, I just went canonically for red and blue. If we were playing green, then I would definitely have named that character Green because canonically in um, Japan, his name is Green. And I believe Bulbasaur is this last. Yes, Bulbasaur here will be the Pokemon I choose for this journey. Um, and I think a lot of people would probably ask that why are you not using Charmander or Squirtle? Squirtle is okay, but still tends to be the late gamer. Charmander isn't bad, but there's too many weaknesses for Charmander going through the run, and I don't want to spend time on Charmander. I also remember this is red version, so Charmander's move pool is going to be very lackluster outside of TMs. Which, for the record, because this is a more casual run, I will be breaking a couple of things. Like I will be taking advantage of missing note to multiply items, especially if I need them. Mainly TMs because I have a ton of Pokemon that need various TMs in the game, and I will not be wasting TMs either. Unless they are the ones I find in the game um in the game corner. Unless they're teams that I find in the Celadon department store, in which I will use those teams um to help out Pokemon as well. But yeah, you get your first rival battle as soon as you obtain your first Pokemon. This is iconic stuff for everyone. I loved how they played this in the Pokemon Origins, which I think actually, if I'm not mistaken, they didn't battle the first time when they got their Pokemon. They just blew through his jabs, read through his, and then they didn't start fighting till I believe Red traveled further up from Vermilion, and I think that's where him and ooh, critical, yes, but I need to heal. Thank God I got this question. It's funny because through my test play of this the other day, I didn't have no problems. I didn't die or get red. I was just growled a lot, but I guess the AI is just gonna read itself differently. But yeah, they didn't battle till I think before Vermilion Forest, and then that's when they where Red ran into Brock, and Brock told him, if train yourself and then come see me in Pewter City, and he did. So yeah, this is the whole basis of Pokemon Origin. I love Pokemon Origin. I thought it was a great four-parter, and I think a lot of people should go watch it. But yeah, I am super excited about playing Pokemon Generation One. I'm shocked that you know what? The reason why it's probably like this is Super Game Boy. If you're playing this on Yellow version, it's not this color. Yellow version made this no, I think Yellow did make it a plain white S color because Palette Town is basically a palette. It's supposed to be your starting point of colors. Like every city in Generation 1 is named after colors. I believe in the American version. For the Japanese version, I think the names are named differently or they're related to. But I'm sure someone can tell me that sooner or later. But we are on Route 1. There are a lot of signs here, of course. Um, Very iconic music for the Pokemon series. And if you talk to this guy, he will also give you a potion as a sample of what he does for his job, which is he works in the Pokemon. There are random encounters here. Your Common are basically here. Pidgey and Rattata. Um, there's so much I can talk about Generation 1. Thank God I'm doing this in multiple series to actually talk about Gen 1. Because I love Gen 1. Gen 1 is the one I think I come back to the most if it's not Gen 3 or 5. Recently, I've been playing a lot of Gen 8, and I knew I was gonna run out of Sonic stuff to play because Sonic Adventure 2 was getting boring if you constantly stream it. And I'm not collecting all 180 emblems, so that was also a thing. So yeah, I decided to just leave it up to you guys on Twitter and on Facebook, no, Twitter and Instagram, of what you guys wanted to see me play. And funny enough, the reaction was Pokemon. I thought people were gonna want to see me play Final Fantasy, but I think I'll say that for a later part of today's live stream to talk about why I wanted why. Well, I can talk about it. I initially wanted to play an RPG for my channel. I didn't know exactly which RPG, and I learned Leech Seed. I know there are a lot of people who would most likely say, "Well, wouldn't Final Fantasy VI be the better option?" Vermilion, which is funny because Vermilion is not. Is Vermilion a shade of yellow? Or a shade of green? I think it is. I'm not sure. But we get to our first Pokemon Center, and I love this iconic music. I love the remix of this in later games because all the remakes for Gen 1 did an astounding job. Even Gen 3 for some extent. But, um, yeah, I'm going to be breaking through. So let me get this one out the way, too. This is the music for the Pokemon, which shares the same music till generation, I want to say Gen 3 gave it its own melody. And then back, they actually changed it up for Gen 5, where the Pokemon in the Pokemon Center are in one building. So, like, you heal your Pokemon, you also have the ability to purchase different items. No, potions are all sold out. He says this shop sells mini antidotes, and that's actually going to be a reference to what goes on later. But yeah, this is Vermilion City. It is the first official town outside of Pallet that you visit. We actually won't be in this town for too long because once we yeah, we can't go any further because Grandpa here won't get up and screams that we're on private property. Oh, Grandpa, don't be so mean. He hasn't had his coffee yet. So yeah, once Grandpa has his coffee and get his lazy ass off the ground, we'll be able to talk to him and he'll be able to teach us how to catch Pokemon. That is initial for a glitch later on. She says my dad loves Pokemon too. This is Speary. Speary is a reference to the name that Pidgey was supposed to be given, which was Brittany. And funny thing about that is that you talk to this man here and he tells you it's simpler to remember nicknames. That's why he nicknamed Pokemon. Speary is actually the Japanese name for Pidgey. I mean for Spearow, because Spearow initially was going to be called Brittany. Yeah, they were going to dedicate a name of Pokemon to the lovely Britney Spears, who, funny enough, fun fun fact, Miss Britney Spears is actually a fan of Pokemon, and she did some work for Pokemon the first movie because I believe she is in the soundtrack. Excuse me, for Gen 1's movie, Pokemon the first movie. So yeah, it's not much really to do here in Pewter. That guy right there, we can't visit him later, so we have the TM for Cut. Or no, the HM for Cut or the HM for Surf. He is asleep, and he will give you the TM for Dream Eater, which is a very good psychic type move if your Pokemon knows Sleep Powder or Hypnosis. It will drain the enemy of their HP as they sleep, but it only works on Pokemon who are asleep. But with that said, we're gonna go back to Pallet Town. There is some grass over there. It's mainly for decoration, but in yellow version, I believe um, there is a way to. There is no way to access it. It's just decoration. Sadly enough, there was intent on that area being used for Pokemon, but for a later half of the game. And we are back in the Pallet Town as we deliver Professor Oak his parcel that was in Vermilion City. And, yeah, Oak. God, I'm gonna be jumping all over this game. I'm gonna try to keep on topic as much as possible. But Professor Oak, he basically is now gonna give us the Pokédex. This is where your journey really begins, and you start catching Pokemon. Once this is done, basically you're just free to do whatever you want. You can go basically start your journey. You can catch Pokemon. You can just do so much. Yeah, and the Pokedexes actually were right there on the back. Those booklets. They do change in Gen 3 for Fire Red and Leaf Green, but are actually shaped in the images of Pokedex. And the Pokedex itself is a magnificent and crazy device throughout the Pokemon series. And yeah, there's your first instance of Dick McDick Dickerson. Email here, calling all Pokemon trainers, the elite trainers of the Pokemon League are ready to take on all newcomers. Bring your best Pokemon and see how you rate as a trainer. Pokemon League HQ, PS, so visit us. Please visit us. So yeah, that is also another indication of Oak's connection to the Pokemon League. Like I said, he's really respected. There's really only a few Pokemon trainers in the game. Well, one in particular who we won't see till really, really late in the game that talks about um, her instance with Professor Oak. Now, if you know the Pokemon series, you know that is Agatha, but we won't talk about Agatha till really later on. There's only a few references to the Elite Four in terms of who they are and what they stand for, but that was the biggest one there. Yeah, he talks about the PC. But now we can go ahead. If you want, in this house, this is Gary's house, and that is Daisy. This is his sister, Daisy Oak. Daisy gives you the town map. In later generations, Daisy becomes the Friendship Raider, where you can visit Daisy. Oh, excuse me, and she will rate the friendship levels of you and your Pokemon. It's very good for Eevee. For later on, when Eevee gets his evolutions for Umbreon and Espeon, you will be able to talk to her about how connected you are to Eevee. Also, if we look up here, we have a Super Nintendo, which is, of course, one of Nintendo's biggest creations. You have your own PC, which we did take the, what is it that we took out of here? The potion. And you can leave other items in there as well. But that's pretty much it. We have our Pokedex. We have our first Pokemon. We've had our first battle with a trainer. And now we're moving on into Pallet Town. And right out of Pallet Town, not too soon after, here's our first wild encounter. We are now able to catch Pokemon. Unfortunately, I have no Pokeballs, so I can't catch anything at this current time. However, don't sweat. We will be catching some Pokemon very soon and training them up to face our first gym leader. The origins of Pokemon itself are very strenuous, and I really, honestly, just wanted to cover so much history with Pokemon. Not to mention, I can't believe Pokemon is 25 years old now. Yeah, Pokemon is that old. Pokemon is 25. Pokemon came out in America, I want to say 1997 or 1998, while in Japan it was between 1996 and 1997. So yeah, Pokemon is very, very old, but Pokemon is still very, very loved. And Pokemon was a worldwide phenomenon, and a lot of people love and adore Pokemon. And that's why it was just such a big hit. That's what I'm telling you. A lot of celebrities, like when they were growing up or when they were, celebritying, they loved Pokemon. And I think Pokemon had a large portion of people broadcasting its arrival. Even with Pokemon Go, there were a lot of people talking about how they were excited about Pokemon Go and reliving the Kanto region, like Blink 182, Sum 41. There were so many people talking about it. I think there were even like celebrities were even taking pictures of their first catches and screenshotting and putting on Instagram and social media. So yeah, Pokemon is a massive phenomenon, and it will always be loved and cherished. I'm gonna heal up Soar because that is what I named my Bulbasaur because you can nickname your Pokemon once you catch it, and I will God, I gotta run through a whole lot of stuff with Pokemon. For the Pokemon, every region, every city will have a different means of how you buy items. For here, I'm just gonna simply buy 6 Pokeballs, which will cost me 1,200 Poké Dollars. Um, and not 1,200 like it was zero, but it's Yu-Gi-Oh logic. Anyway, I bought the Pokeballs because they allow us to catch Pokemon. I'm going to buy Antidote because that's going to be very useful for our first dungeon up ahead, as well as Paralyze Heals to deal with our first dungeon ahead. You will gain money after defeating trainers. Like Pokemon Gen 1 is very simple. Why is there a burn heal? Oh, I know why there's a burn heal. That is because of Charmander. If your opponent has a Charmander, um, the burn heal is supposed to help you deal with burn. We can talk to that young lady and her grandfather actually. That way we can just get a move on from there. But she tells you, we were going when we got to shopping. When I go to the shopping city, I have to take the winding trail through Vermilion Forest. This is her grandfather. My coffee, that is great. What's your reviews? Are you in a hurry? No. I see you use a Pokedex. You catch Pokemon. Update. Do you catch Pokemon? Yeah. This man is very, very important. This is not actually a real battle, but he will show you how to catch a Pokemon. If you know Pokemon history, why is 50 Pokeballs? This man will catch. Yeah, he catches this Weedle. In later iterations, he does not catch this Weedle. This is for the glitch that I will be exploiting later, known as the missing no glitch. There are a couple other missing no glitches, but the most one I am famous with is the one that involves that old man. It's one of the many glitches I didn't learn until I was older, actually. Actually, when I started watching other YouTubers and Let's Players actually talk about Pokemon itself. We go to the right, no, the left of Vermilion City. Oh, excuse me. We encounter something that's not a Pidgey or a Rattata. This is Nidoran male. Nidoran male is pure poison type. He actually doesn't have any poison moves at this moment, but it is a very useful Pokemon. I honestly don't really need for a poison Pokemon on my team. However, I'm still going to catch this Nidoran male, primarily to help me get through a good portion of the journey, and then probably dump it off just cause. But Nidoran male has been caught. Once you catch Pokemon, it will go automatically in your team, and a Pokedex entry will occur. So Nidoran male, the poison pin Pokemon, it'll show its weight and its height and what number it stands in the Pokedex. Stiffening its Stiffening its ears to sense danger. The large horns are most powerful and secrete venom. Yeah, and it was literally with Pokemon 1 that you get a lot of it. I'm actually just gonna make this into a Nido because why not? And I'm actually gonna put oh shit, no. Be back. There we go. Nido. And then put the exclamation sign. Fun fact, Nidorino and its counterpart, Nidoran and Nidoran female, are the only ones that have the girl and boy sign. Ooh, Spearow. I was actually looking for this Pokemon. Ooh, level 5 too. Spearow is a tiny little crow Pokemon. It is ironically enough the only bird that you'll meet early in the game that will have a stab move. A stab move in terms is same type attack bonus, meaning that this Pokemon will gain additional power for using a move that is the same type as it. Oh wow, a critical already. Okay, I need to catch this Spearow fast because I don't have any Pokemon. And Nido is only level 2. So, yeah, Spearow, tiny bird Pokemon. It's not that much of trouble, honestly. Oh yeah, alright, 2 shakes. Yeah, I forgot the shake quality in Gen 1 is like 2 shakes and you catch it. I think the only time you ever really fail is like in later iterations of the game. In later parts of the game. But yeah, we got Spearow. We're gonna call it we're actually gonna call it yeah, we're gonna call it Spear. Actually, no, we're not gonna call it Spear. We're actually going to first name it in casual naming. Harpie Lady. Now, why am I naming it Harpie Lady? Because it is a custom for me in any Pokemon game where I actually just name the Pokemon after um, practically anything. Like for instance, this bird's gonna be named Harpie Lady. We'll have Harpie sisters later. Where's the Y? There goes Harpie Lady. Yeah, we'll have Harpie sisters later. But yeah, the route to the left of Vermilion City, that is route, I want to say that's route 24, route 25. There is a map somewhere. I cannot remember exactly. No, we have a town map on us. I'll look through the town map in just a second. Because the town map becomes very useful in your early parts of the game. Later iterations of Pokemon games give you ways of using a map. But for Generation 1, you're just tied to very limited space. I think this honestly has to be Game Freak's most um, reliable way of seeing stuff, if anything. So yeah, those are basically the routes. Go to Power Town, that's Power Plants. We go Plateau, Victory Road. Okay, so that is Route 22. Yeah, there are at least 35, no, 25 roads or routes in Gen 1. And I will be exploring all of them because can't help. I don't think there's anything I'm not going to show off actually. Even the grind game in terms of Pokemon, we're definitely going to be taking advantage of grind sessions. There probably won't be many grind sessions because Pokemon, like I said, Gen 1 is really easy to tackle because of so many exploits you can do. One big exploit is remember a little earlier I mentioned same type attack bonus. You also have to apply weakness and resistance to attacks, and that will also be key to when I take on the Elite Four because Generation One's Pokemon trainers do not have really good lineups in terms of the moves their Pokemon have. Because of this, you can exploit Gen 1 and take advantage of um, your same type attack bonus or your various moves that your Pokemon can learn, which I'm going to be taking pure advantage of throughout this game. And there are some exploits you can do on certain Pokemon because of certain typing, where the AI shits the bed and then will focus on a move of a type that they think will relatively be useful against that Pokemon because of its type. With that said, I kind of can jump back to the conversation I was having earlier. Why did I pick Pokemon in Final Fantasy? Well, the reason why is because I wanted RPG that I can have some fun with. And I figured with Pokemon, I would have some fun. And I also love Final Fantasy. I picked 6 because I have easy access to 6. And I would have been using the Android and iOS version because I'm not waiting to the end of the month to play the. What are those games? What are those games? I'm not waiting to the end of the month to play the repixeled versions of Final Fantasy. Even though I heard they're going to try to delist the iOS versions of all the games. So Android in them, basically, I think Android will probably be the Google Play Store and iOS Store will be the only ones that home the actual um, iOS versions. And it's kind of just at the epitome of, well, I'm still going to play Final Fantasy regardless of if you're going to have it here or not. And I love Final Fantasy. It's legitimately my favorite RPG franchise next to Pokemon. And I think that's where I got a love for RPGs once I started playing Final Fantasy because I play a lot of Final Fantasy. I play a lot of Pokemon. I played a lot of Digimon because Digimon had an RPG game. Has a ton of RPG based games just to match out with its rival Pokemon. And I basically chose the two of the three because I don't have any real access to emulating um, games of that caliber yet. And if I did, definitely I would have put Digimon World 3 on here, but Digimon World 3 is a very long game, and I didn't want to tire myself out. Also, because I can take at least 2 or 3 weeks to actually build up the lineup for Pokemon. So I'm not going to travel too far actually, because I can level up both of these two Pokemon in my party relatively easy. The only other addition to the team that I'm going to get before I go to Pewter City, which is the first main town, I want to get, of course, the mascot of the Pokemon series. And he resides within Viridian Forest, which is our first actual dungeon. I came here with some friends. They are out for Pokemon fights. So it's still say Pokemon battles, which I think gets redone in Fire Emblem Green. But this is our first actual dungeon. This is Viridian Forest. Um, Viridian Forest's main gimmick is to be your first dungeon and to give you a good tutorial of what it is to run through. It's basically baby's first dungeon, which Pokemon itself is supposed to be, baby's first RPG. And we run into one of the main encounters we'll run into here in Red version. If you're playing Red version, you have access to your bug exclusives. That is Caterpie and Metapod. Caterpie and Metapod are not bad Pokemon, but unfortunately, due to their typing, they're kind of sitting in the back burner. You could easily catch a Metapod at level 5. I think the highest is level 7. But we are not going to be catching Metapod or Caterpie. Actually, no, we will be catching Caterpie, but we won't be catching Metapod because unfortunately, the only move Metapod has in its arsenal is Harden. Yeah, the early bug Pokemon in Gen 1 and beyond. I mean, Gen 1 and Gen 2, and even Gen 3 for that factor, are not really good bugs. However, when Gen 4 does the physical special split for typings, it changes it up. And oh, I love this music. Oh, I can't wait. We're gonna hear this actually later on, in some more dungeons. But for right now, Vermilion is where I'm. Viridian Forest is where I'm going to be training off um, Harpie Lady because basically for a Harpie Lady being a bug type, you run into all these bugs. This is Kakuna. This is a very weird sprite that you're seeing right here of Kakuna, but those are Kakuna's hands. Yeah, Kakuna has hands. This image is actually in reference to the um the trading cards that were first done for Pokemon. They weren't officially released worldwide, but a lot of the images and sprites in the American versions of Pokemon actually use some of those images as sprites for um, for Gen 1. Um, God, there's so much I can easily talk about with Gen 1 because there's so many things you can reach for. And that's kind of why I'm glad that people did pick Generation 1 as opposed to as opposed to like other things because I will tell you guys the truth. I did try to get, um, I can get other generations working on here. Like I can get Gen 2 working. I can't get Gen 3 for the life of me to work. And I would have done Heart Gold Soul Silver if I was going to do Gen 2. But the DS emulators kind of all suck. Oh, excuse me. And right now, none of them are very good. Oh, Harpy Lay leveled up. And, yeah, this, I did not want to really focus on Gen 1. Like Gen 1's motif is that you're basically, it's child's first RPG. And if you really, I, I know there is a lot of backlash for Game Freak in its later years because it's too quote kid friendly. But people have to also remember this is a child's game. You're gonna be playing a children's game, and now how old we get as 20 plus somethings, rather, guys, it's a children's game. You may not like how they're handling it, but it's still a children's game. And I know a lot of people did not expect. Like, I mean, it's just the reality of what it is. It's like it's a children's game, and I am still going to be looking for this rare encounter while I talk about this. But yeah, that's the Weedle. That is Kakuna's pre-evolved form. Kakuna and Weedle are bug poison. Um, for what it makes itself up for, the type matchups and the type matchings in this game are going to be why I said the lineup for exploits of stat moves are going to be exponential later on in the game. Gosh, I'm jumping all over the place. Let me finish talking about what I was talking about, which was, I will be playing Pokemon because it's an easy way to get into things. I know the ins and outs of it, and I will not just leave Final Fantasy to the wayside. I will just do it later because I don't want to burn myself on RPGs, but I also have just felt like I was being burnt out on a lot of Sonic games, and I think I was burning out a lot of audience on Sonic games. And I think at that point, now that I am just going to go ahead and just live stream Pokemon, I think I'll return to a different form of a platformer later on because I definitely want to do Shantae um, for my channel. That's going to probably be one of my purchases for Steam when I get the chance. Is I'm going to be playing the lovely Shantae. And I didn't know exactly which game I wanted to start because I played Shantae 1, I played and beaten Shantae 2, I played Shantae Half Genie Hero, which is Shantae 4. I have not played Shantae 3, which is Shantae in the Pirate's Curse, which I should because I love the soundtrack to that game. And I have not played Shantae and the Seven Sirens, which is Shantae 5. I am running into a lot of Weedle. Was I mistaken? Oh, you know what? I probably was. Weedle and Kakuna are probably red versions bug Pokemon of starting off. And I think the rare encounters of bugs are Caterpie and Metapod, which is fine with me. The other rare encounter is, of course, Pikachu, the mascot of the Pokemon series. And fun fact about that, Pikachu was not initially supposed to be the mascot of Pokemon. It was actually it was gonna be Clefairy, but the devs said internationally it wouldn't work because people would not generate towards a Pokemon trainer who starts off with a girly Pokemon. So I think when they finally just moved it over from Japan to international, when they started doing the promotion, I think that's when they decided to say, okay, it's time to focus on a new mascot. And as much as they probably loved Charizard, I don't think Charmander would have been a good fit. And I think that's the most part of the reason why they did go eventually with Pikachu. And that's why you see the changes from Pikachu. Because when we do encounter Pikachu in this game, it is not going to look like what you think it looks like initially. And that was because your initial design for Pikachu was not intended on what it was supposed to be. Like a lot of these sprites you're going to see here are not intentionally what they were ending up going to be later on. Thankfully, yellow version, the game Red, Blue, and Green's predecessor, um, did change up a lot of the sprites that desperately needed to be fixed. That did not get fixed because I'm gonna also spill some tea on Game Freak. Game Freak used to be Ape. If you don't know who Ape is, that's the guys behind Earthbound. Those are the guys from Earthbound, our mother, as it is also named, split and became Game Freak. Those guys worked on Mother. They were part of Nest and Lucas. That was actually their first RPG, and it was one of Pokemon Company's. Well, it's just one of General Game Freak's biggest things. Um, it is sad to say, and I actually wish I did name my Pokemon trainer this, but a few days ago was the anniversary of the death of Satoru Iwata. If you don't know who Satoru Iwata is, he is the guy behind many of games in Pokemon's history. He was also the president of Pokemon. I mean, not president of Pokemon. He was president of Nintendo for a large portion of time. And he actually didn't start off as the president of Nintendo. He moved up to president of Nintendo. And initially, he was a programmer. And he worked on tons of games. He worked on Mario. He worked on Metroid. He worked on um, He oh God, there's a list of things he worked on, and I remember a lot of people share a lot of stories with about Mr. Iwata. There's even a book wrote by Shigeru Miyamoto, the current president of Nintendo Japan, and he basically told how him and Iwata would sit and have lunch together, and they would just talk about everything going on, and they were really, really good friends. Mr. Iwata passed away at the age of 55, I believe, due to heart disease. And oh, look who we run into. Yeah, that's Pikachu, ladies and gents. That is, yeah, that's Pikachu. Pikachu in this game is a rare encounter. It is a 5% chance because the other percentages belong to the bug exclusive Pokemon for blue version, apparently. Pikachu is using just Growl. Pikachu's other move is Thunder Shock, which I'm surprised it's not using, but I'm actually kind of glad it isn't using it right now. I want to actually catch Pikachu because I want Pikachu for my team. Pikachu is an amazing Pokemon because it is pure electric type, which means it only has one weakness, and that is ground type. That is Pikachu's signature move. That is Thunder Shock. Um, Starting off, and oh, I am paralyzed. Yeah, that is why I bought Paraz Heals. As it's seen here, but no, that is Paralysis Heals. That is allowing you to cure your Pokemon of paralysis, which happens to be a side effect of many Pokemon moves. But we do have Pikachu. This is what Pikachu looked like originally. It wasn't until later games where they fixed up Pikachu's look to look more like what he did in the anime. The anime completely did not use this look of the pot belly, cute, chubby Pokemon. Several of these Pokemon gather, their electricity will build and cause thunderstorms. That's actually seen in the anime. Pikachu, who we're going to name him Pika. And, well, we're going to name it Pika because there's no genders in Gen 1 outside of course, the um, Nidoran and Nidoran female. But I'm actually going to run back to Vermilion so I can heal up my team. And I desperately want to catch Pikachu because Pikachu is going to be a great essential for the Pokemon journey I had. Pikachu, like I said, becoming the mascot altered a lot of its changes. As a Generation 6 Pikachu, if you encounter Pikachu, it will actually say its name like it does in anime. It will say Pikachu, which is adorable, and many of fans were very excited to hear that. Some more than others, because a lot of you don't like Pikachu. I'm very indifferent. Pikachu to me is middleman. I don't hate Pikachu, but Pikachu isn't my favorite. You'll see my favorite Pokemon later on in the game. But yeah, Pikachu is not my favorite Pokemon. That slot belongs to someone who's very near and dear to my heart. Who unfortunately I can't get unless I do other methods. But yeah, this Pikachu, who knows Thundershock and Growl. Yeah, so right off the bat, it not only comes with a stat move, but it comes off with a move that is very sequential to our journey currently. Which kind of also sucks because if I use it in gym battle, oh boy, don't worry, I'll talk about the gym battle soon. But for right now, I'm moving the Pokemon team around because I am adjusting it to where the lower level Pokemon that will be trading off can at least get to at least level 5 or level 6. For Nidoran, that is simply because Nidoran right now just knows Tackle and Growl, and I would like it to have more moves. Pidgey! Pidgey, the tiny bird Pokemon. Pidgey is another staple in the series. And a lot of people like Pidgey because a lot of people say, "Oh, there's the Pidgey clone of the series." When they say Pidgey clone or Pikachu clone, it just basically means that these are the region's exclusive variants of that Pokemon. Which there are a ton of Pidgey clones. There's a ton of Pikachu clones. Like there are just a ton of mine that are clones of other clones. And yeah, it is just a thing. It honestly is. And I'm very excited to actually um, ooh, excuse me, go through this game because like I said, I got so much Pokemon knowledge. It's not even funny. With that said, I mean, let's also take the factors in of what it means to be a clone. Does not mean that you're a bad Pokemon. It just means that there's a previous gen that had someone of you. Pikachu has at least 8 to 9 variations of itself throughout the Pokemon history, where Pidgey also has that. In Gen 1, it is just himself. Gen 2, you still have access to Pidgey, so Pidgey doesn't have a clone there, unless you want to count Hoot Hoot and Noctowl, which, to be fair, I wouldn't count Hoot Hoot or Noctowl. Um, Gen 3, I guess you could say it's Talo and Swalo. The quote, not really. Like, it's very weird because in the anime, Ash catches Pidgeotto, and it doesn't become Pidgeot till literally his end of Kanto, like right after the Elite Four. I mean, when he go to the Pokemon League. Here, fun fact about the manga, because the manga is what the games are more based off of. The only exception to this is Pokemon Yellow and Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, because they do not follow the journey they follow the journey Ash took. While Platinum version, the basically the middleman of it, follows the manga of Pokemon, in which you do not battle Fantina as your 5th gym leader. Fantina is your 3rd gym leader. For this version of the game, and why I'm talking about the mangaka, is simply because Red, who is Ash's manga counterpart and video game counterpart, he does not have a Pidgeotto in his team, according to the Pokedex entries. I mean, through the manga. He actually has a Firo. For when we visit Bill, there's a little accident that happens with Bill. Bill, who is the guy who runs the PC storage system, and the one who created the PC storage system so that you can store your Pokemon in it. Um, Bill, as has an encounter with a Firo as he got transformed into a Pokemon. It was completely by accident. He did not mean to transform himself into a Pokemon. Initially, it was for research. Bill was trying to basically do a teleporter of some sort where you can swap between. Uh, I think he was trying to become a Pokemon, if I'm not mistaken, and he could do more research and study on Pokemon themselves. It kind of backfired, and he ended up becoming a Pokemon himself. Ooh, level 5 Pikachu. Awesome. So we can actually switch Pikachu now for Nidoran. Yeah, it's a very weird situation that talking about the whole Pokemon thing, because initially once he became a Pokemon, um, he started getting chased around. No, they were trying to fix the machine, and Bill was instructing Red on how to fix it. In the process of it, a Firo attacked him, and um, they were trying, and he ended up catching the Firo. So, in retrospective, it's technically the Spearows of the series, but because of how attached to the anime everyone got, we just have Pidgeotto clones, which we do have a lot of Pidgey clones. Gen 3 didn't have really a Pidgey clone, it had more of the Spearow clone with Noctowl. I mean with I don't know those names Pokemon. Talo and Swalo, Altaria in its pre-evolved form, Swablu. I'm trying to think. I think those are really the only ones in Gen 3 that you could considerably say were the birds of it, because the other birds are Skarmory, who returns from Gen 2, and Gen 3's other flyer, which was Trophius. But Trophius is not a bad Pokemon, it's just Trophius kind of sucks because it has quad weakness to ice. Which, fun fact, in Gen 3, there are no ice types till late game, and at that point, the only ice trainer is ironically in the Elite Four, which Glacia, I don't know how she got past most of that, but yeah, Glacia is the Elite Four member in Gen 3 who specializes in ice types. We also get to hear the banner. That is the first edition. iterated sound of your Pokemon having low HP. They gave it a remix actually in later games. I want to say Gen 5, where if your Pokemon hit low status, they would get a particular um, music note to them. I'm gonna go back to Viridian and Heal. Yeah, we're gonna be doing a lot of going back and forth because the first treks through the Pokemon series, you're gonna need some grinding spots. We're gonna be battling a lot of random encounters. We're gonna be healing up like crazy till I can afford the really good potions and antidotes. Like I say, not till I get to Celadon, where I'll basically not have an issue with money, but I'll have more of an issue of, do I have enough items? Where can I get good items? Oh, this is gonna be really good for the journey ahead. And then we're gonna be spending a ton of money buying lemonade because until I get max potions, which ooh, excuse me, fun fact, don't come till late game. I'll guess I'll be using hyper potions. Not really. Oh, there she is. That's Nidoran female. I thought they were here. I think it's a rare encounter for this route. Hmm. She is more of the special attacker in the Nidoran family. Nidoran female is the only one of her evolution line that is able to breed. Yeah, this is the only one of their evolution line that is able to breed. While Nidoran in his line focuses on attacking, physical attacks more so. Nidoran female in her line focus on special. While she is lowering our stats, um, you can definitely just tell it's a battle between lowering the attack or lowering the defense. While Nidoran female focuses on lowering my stats in terms of dealing with me physically, I'm lowering her defenses for a more offensive brawl. Or I can just switch and go into someone else who can take the damage. Really isn't much. It's just normal damage because Nidoran male and female don't have their stat moves till higher up in their levels. Fun fact about Gen 1, which is also why I'm curious, why I'm questioning my own resolve of why did I catch a Nidoran in Nidorina. They don't get access to double kick till late game. I just thought about that too. I guess I just caught one just to say I caught one. But yeah, Nidoran male and female do not get double kick till yellow version. Due to the fact that in yellow they switched up a lot of things. Ooh, I'm going to die to a quick. I'm going to die to a type attack. Um, yeah, they don't get their really good moves till they fix the move set. I mean, even then, the move sets are still kind of janky later on in later gens till Gen, not even Gen 3, I want to say Gen 4, when they fixed up a lot of things. Because Nidoran male, Nidoran female, their lines can learn a great assortment of moves. They're really good Pokemon. They're just not the Pokemon I'm going to be using because I just like alternative versions of things that are just not stabilized. Actually, that's not what I meant to say. I don't mind Nidoran, male and female. It's just that it kind of sucks that the moves that I actually do want them for, I won't be getting till literally a whole nother version that fixed up a lot of the issues. Because I think that's also in terms of, um, I can remember this. Charizard in Gen 1 until Yellow did not have access to the move Fly. And I believe it didn't have Flamethrower in its move lineup. That can also be said for Pikachu, who does not have access to Thunderbolt till Yellow, which means you have to use a TM for Thunderbolt, which you do get from Lieutenant Surge. You want to drop off Nita. And I can just focus on the three of them. But yeah, it's God, Gen 1 and it's stuff. It's stuff. That's what we're gonna call it. It's stuff. It's so weird because programming and just the overall layout of Pokemon is so weird because um from what I remember from word of mouth and through interviews and stuff, and people doing research on the game, Pokemon's limitations and stuff are actually due to the fact Pokemon itself um, had limited space to work with, but they had so many big ideas. Um, Initially, Pokemon was supposed to have 180 Pokemon that were going to be found. The worlds itself were going to be expanded to what Fire Red and Leaf Green gave us access to, which was the Savvy Islands. That you were going to have access to three of them in the beginning of the game. Then the later half of the game, you're going to have post game, you're going to have access to them. Unfortunately, that didn't work out. So the cart because of the space used for Gens 1 and 2. And if I did not mention Mr. Iwata, which I am going to mention him again, because of Satoyo Iwata, that's part of the reason why Gen 2 got fixed the way it was. Because initially Gen 2 was just going to be Johto. There was no or I think it was supposed to be Johto and a little bit of Kanto, but Kanto was not as spaced out as Johto was. And then Iwata was the one who was brought in. He said, I'm going to help fix this. And he did his programming magic. And that's why we're able to go to Kanto. I think one of the big downsides of it is that the level curve, and it's one of the biggest things that people gripe about Gen 2, is there was no real access to fixing the level curve. And it's actually because of how the gym layouts were. Because if you face Jasmine, the gym leader of Olivine City. Jasmine's lineup of Pokemon, her strongest Pokemon is level 35, and that is Onyx's of all forms, Steelix. That is the highest leveled Pokemon you'll have to face at that time, which means you'd have to grind out to at least level 30 to even match up to it. And because of how Pokemon's level curve was in Gen 2, oh god, it's horrible in Gen 2. And I don't, not even the ability to interact with trainers and rematch them could help you with that because right after you beat Jasmine, I'm trying to think. Because you go from because you get an Equity. Then you have the choice to go left or right. If you go right, you go to Mahogany Town. If you go left, you're going to Olivine and Cinderwood. The thing is that you're still blocked at that point because there's going to be um, your encounters with other trainers and stuff and in plot. Because Gen 2 tried to actually have a plot, which was not bad. It's just a makeup of what Gen 1 was. And they tried to fit a lot of hopes and dreams into Gen 2, which thankfully for the remakes, Fire Heart Gold Soul Silver, they did fix a lot of that, but we still had the issues of the level curve, which at that point most people were already building a new team because you were going to back to Kanto and having a new region. Luckily for Fire and Leaf Green, the expand of what the Pokedex was, you were able to battle different Pokemon and use Pokemon from different regions within the Pokemon lineup at that time. Because Gen 4 Part 2, as a lot of people like to call it, the Heart Gold Soul Silver, was basically taking advantage of Gen 4's engine, fixed Gen 4's engine so that it didn't suck, and then taking advantage of what is the it's so many different things that got changed for Gen 4, and it did help make the revisit to Gold and Silver a little better for the remakes. But all in all, it was still Gen 2, and there were still a lot of issues within that lineup. Like I said, the physical special split is something that I'm going to talk about as well. Because I'm actually going to use the battle ahead to talk about the physical special split for Generation 1. Gen 4. Because Gen 1, your Pokemon's moves are based on their type. There is no physical or special. There is no read off of your physical stat or your special stat. No. All the setups here, I can show you on a Pokemon. Yeah, let's do Pikachu for example. Pikachu here has great speed, great attack, very weak defense, and very decent speed special. Generation 1, this was your stat line. You got your HP, you got your attack, your defense, your speed, and your special stat. This was changed in Gen 2 due to the over advantages that were taken thanks to Psychic type Pokemon, which we have not ran into a Psychic type yet. We won't run into a Psychic type till later on. But I mentioned the stat situation, stat moves. For instance, Pikachu in his moveset has the move, shit, has the move, Thunder Shock. Thunder Shock is Pikachu's stat move. It is able to use. It's able to gain more power because it's a Pokemon who is electric type and will be using an electric move, as opposed to it using the move Quick Attack, which will just do normal damage. The algorithm for damage output is only taken into account for Pokemon simply on the merits of if the Pokemon what type the Pokemon move is, what damage output is calculated, and then the factors of your defense, special defense, or in this case, your defense and your special will factor into how strong it is. Because of this, some Pokemon are just outright broken in Gen 1, including all the damn Psychic type Pokemon in Gen 1, which is why in Gen 2, to mitigate the Psychics, which even till now, Psychic Pokemon are still an issue because they're still really, really good. There are a lot of checks to those checks to check the Psychic types, but even the Psychic type Pokemon have checks to check their checks. So, yeah. Yeah, it is a thing. There will be a Psychic type Pokemon on my team, and I will be exploiting the fuck out of that Psychic type Pokemon. Whereas the best Psychic type Pokemon until the Legendary, but don't at me because all the other Psychic types fail in comparison to this one. Actually, except for two in this region, because both of them we can only get through trade anyway, and I will be exploiting both of those Psychic types when I get the chance. But yeah, because if it's not outright obvious, Psychic is my favorite type. Uh, excuse me, later gens give me a variety of really cool Psychic types. Because thank you, Generation 3, for giving me a surplus of really cool Psychic Pokemon. Gen 4 outright just gave me a plethora of friends. And then Gen 5, holy fuck, did they give you the Psychic? Renucleus, um, Gothitelle, there's Saligrith. Like, oh my god, Gen Gen 5's lineup of Psychic Pokemon is the best lineup of Psychic type Pokemon I have ever seen. And it's just really, really good. Um, God, Gen 5 is my baby. Because I love Gen 5. Gen 5, up until Gen 5, Gen 3 was legit my favorite generation to play. Primarily just the games that came out for it. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, because Hoenn is my favorite region. But my favorite games, if anything, would still have to be. No, it would still be Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald just for what Ruby Sapphire Emerald did. It was just the better experience of Pokemon that I've had, and probably the longest experience I've had with Pokemon. Because I literally, I broke. Oh, I sped up. I broke the clock in Pokemon. I forgot I had the speed up feature. Oh, this would be great for grinding. But yeah, I basically just was like, no, we're not gonna deal with this. So oh, no, I don't want to heal. But yeah, my Pokemon should be healed up, right? Yeah, okay. So now we're going to take on our next match with Professor Oak's grandson, Gary Oak, or Blue. And actually, where is Blue? Oh, actually, because we're at decent enough levels, we can start taking on Blue. Blue's team in I am moving all over the goddamn place. I'm supposed to be talking about the physical special split. But basically, yeah, physical special only resides to your typing. And because of this, certain Pokemon up until Gen 4 kind of sucked in terms of what moves they had, and their moves were relegated to what attribute their type was. Mm. So, yeah. That said, here's our first match. Here's our second match with Blue. So Blue on his team, he is housing a Pidgey. Which became a big staple for him in later gens. Ooh, we got the paralysis. Um, Pidgey's moves are stand attack and guts. Pidgey is not a threat. The only one who tells you Pidgey is a threat, they're lying. Pidgey is not a threat. The only threat Pidgey would have on him is Sand Attack, and that's just a move to lower accuracy. It is a stat debuff, as many RPG fans would know. He has a Charmander still, but it's level 8 instead of the level 5 where he received it. Charmander should at this point, well, in later gens, Charmander would have known Ember, its first stat move at this point. Ooh, I wish we had a way to deal with that damn. Oh, he's gonna growl me to death. Actually, do I have a potion? I do have a potion. Yeah, I want a potion and heal up Pikachu. But yeah, uh, Charmander is gonna be a problem early game because most of the Pokemon you'll have won't have an answer to him unless you, yeah, like you would need a water type or a rock type. And basically, I'm just gonna play off of Pikachu being able to hit Charmander with some really good special attack because stab move Thunderbolt, I mean Thundershot is not bad. It's just, oh my god, please kill the. There we go. We killed the lizard. And yeah, that is Blue defeated. If you didn't start with Bulbasaur, uh, it would be if you started with Squirtle, it'd be Bulbasaur. If you were Charmander, it'd be Squirtle. So it's just basically the whole type situation. He heard of the Pokemon League and he tried to enter, but he did not have any badges, so he could not get through. So until you get all the badges, he cannot get through all of Victory Road, or the beginning steps of Victory Road to get into the Pokemon League. That patch of water houses Pokemon. This patch of grass also houses Pokemon. But yeah, this is basically just the starting route. I am leaving this battle actually, and I desperately need to use the restroom. So what I'll do is I'm gonna go stop in Vermilion. I'm gonna mute myself, and then you guys can listen to the Vermilion City music. I did not have the sound on. Okay, I am back, guys. I am back. I am back. Alright. Let's get back to Pokemon. Finally use the restroom. And I can heal up Pikachu, who desperately needs to be healed. other stuff I wanted to talk about, because we got a whole trek through Kanto, and there's so much stuff to talk about. I guess I can go back to the physical special split situation. Generation 1, 2, and 3, like I said, only honed the, oh Jesus, the physical special split. I actually need to turn down that, I'm gonna go to options, emulator, where's the speed up toggle? No, frame skip, no, zero, priorities, normal, I'm trying to look for the speed up feature, but I guess that's just, no, it's fine, it's fine. I'm not even gonna worry about it, because when I speed up feature, it's just gonna be like this. And it's like, oh, okay. Very fast. I have messages on Discord. No, okay. I'll turn this off. Alright, so, yeah. It is a nice trick to go back to Canada, but, yeah, the physical session split was a thing, like I said, it only focused on your typing. So, if I'm not mistaken, I'm sure correct me on this sooner or later, if your type was not fire, water, grass, electric, dragon, ice, and psychic, your moves were special. I mean, were physical. They were not special. Leaving a lot of really good special Pokemon, unfortunately, in the back burner. Yeah, it was a pretty stupid situation in our gen. Because until the physical special split in Gen 4, a lot of moves were categorized by their typing. They tried to fix this in Gen 2 by giving the special stat a split to special defense and special attack. However, for a lot of pre-gen Pokemon in Gen 1, that also hurts them, because then they couldn't take advantage of their really high and buff special stat. For instance, Gen 1's Tauros had a really good lineup of special stats that it could use. And unfortunately, ooh, I got Thunderwave, my first status move. Unfortunately for Tauros, Gen 2 and above was not friends for it till Gen 4. I know in Gen 4 it got access to the move Outrage, which made it really good too. Ooh, excuse me. There is a Gen 5 clone of Tauros known as Buffalot, and thanks to Buffalot, there are some moves that it's really cool physical moves that Tauros can learn. Also talk to this guy here. I know one of them talks about. No, it's his sign. Chip, weakened Pokemon before to capture them. That's not the one I was looking for. Where is that sign? Are you going to Viridian Forest? Be careful. There's a natural maze. Yeah, that is what I was looking for. It's not a sign, it was a person. Rattata may be very small, but its bite is wicked. Do you have one? Actually, I don't. And she's referring to Super Fang. And Hyper Fang, which were removed exclusive to Rattata and Rattata, it's whatever. But trainer's tips: if you want to avoid battles, stay away from grassy areas. The only battles you can avoid are Pokemon trainers. Which I believe this trainer is one, isn't it? Random Pokeballs to catch Pokemon with. You should carry extra. Yeah, there's just a lot of trainers here that I believe will just tell you to flat out be careful and have this, and this ready. For right now, just looking at it, my lineup of Pokemon is going to be very bleak starting off, because I won't have anyone to really do some severe ponage till I get to Cerulean, which is when I get towards my second batch. And even then, I gotta be very careful, because certain movesets and stuff I can only get through certain TMs and HMs, and ooh, boy, I gotta even talk about that too. But yeah, the physical special split killed a lot of Pokemon through Gen 1 and 3. Gen 4 basically did fix a lot of the issues that we were having. They introduced new moves, and even with the introduction of two types, it was actually pretty long till we received the fairy type in Gen 6. So it had been literally 5 gens full of Pokemon in about a good 15 years since Pokemon's release, where there were answers to answers that we didn't have. Caterpie, this is the other bug exclusive to Generation 1. And it's going to be in Gen 1, Gen 2. It makes its return in Gen 3 for Fire Red and Leaf Green. Caterpie is not bad. It's a Pokemon who does specialize in special moves. It's just unfortunately because it's a bug that a lot of its move pool is going to suck. And sadly enough, it does get a move that it can technically use, but unfortunately, due to Gen 1, due to Red and Blue's really stupid setups, yeah, you won't be accessing the move till later. That move is Confusion, which is a really good psychic type attack for early in the game. But yeah, because literally, if you get a Caterpie and you train up to if you get a Caterpie and you train up to Butterfree, its evolution, you can definitely take advantage of Butterfree Special and use Confusion. However, the problem is that you won't learn Confusion until I believe level 13 in Red and Blue. Yellow gives it to it right up at the start. Because I think it's replaced with Gus in later gens. It's a very weird scenario. The Butterfree clones are the bug clones for Gen 3. Wurmple. Wurmple has 2 split evolution paths. One is into Beautifly, one of my favorite bugs, and Dustox, another one of my favorite bugs, because Dustox has access to very potent psychic type attack. Even its move pool, when it evolves, it learns Confusion, which I believe Beautifly will get absorbed in its move pool. It's a very weird strategy of how the bugs are, but while being bug poison, unfortunately for your boy Dustox, poor Dustox. Dustox's issue, and I kind of just should have set up X and Y for that, but sorry, I'm brain farting. But for the most part, the physical special split hurt Dustox and Beautifly, because Beautifly has some really good potent special stats. Just unfortunately, its signature move Silver Wind, which it doesn't learn until late game, is running off of special stat. Physical stat, because Bug is physical and not special. This also hurts a Pokemon known as Heracross, where Heracross doesn't learn any really good bug moves till it later levels, and even through its early moveset, it's very physical. And funny enough, Heracross was supposed to be one of the answers in Gen 2 to Psychic's problem is that it's half fighting, so it's really relegated to fighting moves, which it has access to, so it helps out against the normal Pokemon. But unfortunately, that's all where he stands, because up until Gen 3, respectively, there were no really good bug moves. If there were, unfortunately, they were Fury Cutter, which lol sucked, Toy Needle, which was only on a handful of Pokemon, i.e. Beedrill, and even then, Beedrill had a weakness to Psychic because it's half Poison, which mitigates the bug, and then at that point, lol, no, because Toy Needle and Pin Missile, the other variant of the Needle move, was only relegated to 2 Pokemon that unfortunately just did not have strong enough stats to back it up, being the electric Pokemon, Jolteon, who has it in this move pool, who does have a decent enough physical attack. However, are you really going to waste all that energy on a Jolteon? Just to get Pin Missile? Just think about that for a minute. The other issue is that Jolteon doesn't have a good physical stat, and it's actually on a move that won't have same type attack bonus. So yeah, it is these gyms. I'm also gonna look at my Pokédex. Still not very good. That was my trainer ID. You can see how much money you have, what your trainer number is, and the number of badges you obtained. Also, starting in Gen 1, you see the faces of the gym leaders. When you receive a badge, the badge will be put on the trainer card, and then later on, the gym leader's face will be removed. There are 8 gym leaders in Kanto. There are 8 gym leaders in Johto. There are 8 gym leaders in Hoenn. 8 in Hoenn, Johto, Sinnoh, Gen 4. In Gen 5, which is very weird, they are supposed to have a total of 8 gyms. The gym leader number is actually, well, it's supposed to be 8. However, the quirks of Gen 4 is A, there are different variants of gym leaders. When you start off in Striaton City, where your first gym battle is, depending on who you start with, their Pokemon will be based on a counteractive. So, for Gen 4, they have Tepig, Oshawott, and Snivy. If you were to start with Snivy, the gym leader would counteract with their ace, which would be Chili, and he will use the fire Pokemon Pansear. Pansear is weak to water. A trainer, a girl near the Dream Yard, she will be giving you its counteractive, which is Panpour, a water type. Yeah, the Monkey Trio is what they're named. And the Striaton Gym brothers, Crest, Chili, and Silent, are the ones who use these Pokemon. And depending on what you start with, your gym battle will be against that gym leader. And that gym leader will be who will show up on your badge case. Also, the final gym in that region, the Opelucid gym, that will be a gym battle between either Iris or her master, Drayton. How that is determined is actually by what version of the game you pick. That is the first time they have ever done a switch up in terms of the gym leaders, where depending on what version you get will depend on what gym leader you run into. This is not a case for its continuation. Is part 2, which is Black and White 2, for they flat out do a massive change in gym leader lineup and setups. And it's the first time in the series to have done that, and won't be the last because Generation 8 also took a kin to that. I'm trying to think, did Gen 3 do that? They didn't, but they did it for the champion. And that wasn't too bad of one either. It's like I said, I love Gen 3 for what it introduced. And it was a really good introduction for me into Pokemon. Outside of Generation 1, because I didn't really like too much in Gen 2. I'm not gonna lie. I liked some things in Gen 2 that Gen 2 fixed from Gen 1, but it was just like, I wasn't rushing back to Gen 2 unless I was going to really just listen to the music, and that's what MP3 players are for, and YouTube, and other things. But yeah, for the most part, yeah, I mean, I'll visit Gen 2 eventually for the channel. I mean, if you guys want to see me play Generation 2, I'll definitely play Gen 2 since I'm playing Gen 1. And maybe, hopefully, I can get stuff to work, and maybe there's an update for the Virtual Boy, and I just have not downloaded it, and then I can play Generation 3. And that'd be, I'd probably play Emerald. Emerald has the most changes to it, because it was the last of the handhelds to be released. And God, Gen 3's bullshit for completing the Pokédex. Like, you guys, let's talk about it, because we have tons of time. We're only an hour 1 and 30 minutes. We can talk about completing the Pokédex. Between Generation 1, you didn't have to work too hard. You just needed a copy of Red and Blue, and you were able to complete your Pokedex. If you're in Japan, that's Red and Green. Generation 1 did also have Yellow version, but if you had access to the other previous games, you were fine. Because all you really needed was the exclusive Pokemon. There were no outside things you needed because the base game gave you enough. With that said, the only thing would be Eevee, which every game gives you an Eevee, but you need an evolution of Eevee. And then you would need the Stone evolutions and then the fossils. The fossils are not a problem because if you just get Omanyte and Kabuto, which we'll see later, move them over to Yellow, trade them back, evolve them into their evolutions, trade the evolutions over, and then you're fine. So all you really have to worry about is the exclusives in terms of what their exclusive grass type was. Their exclusive bugs, which are not going to be hard to deal with because both games have the bugs. And then, oh no, your exclusive bug, I'm sorry, that's the difference. Depending on who you get, if you got Scyther or Pinsir, if that's the case, you can just trade them over. Jinx, who you can trade over. And that's about it. And other than starters, Yellow version gives you all three. Because, like I said, it's basing itself off the anime. So you'll have access to Charmander, Squirtle, and Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. So you don't have to worry about that. And that was one perk of Yellow, is that you'll not only have Pikachu, an electric type, but you'll have access to Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, a grass type, a water type, and a fire type. I was going to say a bubble type. But that bug catcher, that was the last of the bug catchers here in Viridian Forest, and that's the last trainer in Viridian Forest. So up until after Viridian Forest, you need to beat Brock in order to proceed. And that's pretty much your only access point to other trainers outside of the trainer that's in his gym. So if you want to train up, I would suggest doing this now. And also, another key point to note, if you beat Brock, you will not be able to battle against your rival till Cerulean City, when it is mandatory to battle. That battle I had earlier with Blue was optional. And it's always optional. You don't have to do it, but it is necessary in Yellow version, I believe, because Yellow's plot mechanic is, depending on how hard you want to make the battles for yourself, depends on how many wins to losses you have with your rival. So if you lose the battle, I think it's like, if you win all three, his becomes a Jolteon. If you lose a match, it will become Vaporeon. And then if you lose majority of them and have to rematch him, it will become Flareon to make it easier on you. Because his Pokemon lineup changes in Yellow version, depending on what the outcomes were for his Pokemon. So he'll have a Pokemon based on each of the others to make up for the less. It's kind of similar to this game where, because I chose Bulbasaur as my starter, he will have in his final team a Charizard, a Gyarados, a Executor. Basically half his team will be weak to electricity, so if you have an electric type, you can easily stomp out those. The only thing you'll have to worry about is Rhyhorn, but Rhyhorn's a pushover, because Rhyhorn is rock ground, and you'll be able to deal with that. With that said, we're already a good hour and 30 plus in, we're gonna go into Pewter City. Many Pokemon live in forests and in caves. You will need to look everywhere to get different kinds. Have you noticed the bushes on the roadside? They can be cut with a special Pokemon move. Yeah, that Pokemon move is Cut, which is the introduction to HMs and TMs, which will actually get your first home of it here in Pewter. Oh, and it is a gray. Oh, cool. If you're playing the Super Game Boy version or you're playing Yellow, this would be a Pewter Gray. Pewter being the color of gray, with a somewhat of an aura of, it's gray. And then they offset it with the hue of blue here in the game because it's Super Game Boy. But yeah, this is Pewter City. the city made of stone. In Pewter City, there are a few things to do. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's just telling you about EXP. But yeah, this here, Pewter City, the Stone Gray City. If you talk to the trader, he says, "What are you doing?" Right here, I'm hard at work. Wait, is it? Do you know what I'm doing? No. I am spraying Repel to keep Pokemon off of my garden. Yeah, that was your first introduction to Repel. Sadly, I would love to show you guys what Repel looks like, but Gen 3 is the way to go of looking at items, because they have images for items, and Fire Red looks great. But yeah, here I believe you can buy it. No, you can buy Awakenings, which wakes your Pokemon up if they were put under sleep. Burn Heal is for if your Pokemon was put under burn status, primarily if your Pokemon was up against Charmander. And Charmander used Ember, which is its starting off move, for Stab, which is Fire type, and it burns you because there are some moves that have status elements. If you play the basic RPG, of course, we all know those moves that will hinder your HP, slow you down, and stuff like that. So slow, bio, and stuff like that. But yeah, Burn Heal is to help you with burn. It reduces your attack status and it will inflict damage to you inside of battle. Paralyze Heal will slow you down and that you may not attack. It's a random, I think it's a 30% chance if that Pokemon is able to attack. However, in Gen 1, if you use the move Agility, it will overwrite the paralysis and then you will be able to get a plus buff on your own speed. And Antidote is for Poison. Poison, of course, will sap your strength, and it will do 1/16 of your HP. The only exception to that is the amplified move of Poison, which is toxic, which is supposed to badly poison the Pokemon and do a 1/8 of that Pokemon. It's a weird algorithm with this Pokemon when it comes to status moves. But I know in Gen 1 it was bad because you can just switch out the Pokemon who got hit with Toxic, and then the move would do normal poison damage instead of toxic poison damage. So, excuse me, I need some water. But unlike the move Poison Powder, it would just do regular damage. We got some potions, which heals your HP. Pokeball, so got Pokemon. Escape Rope, which is good for dungeons because it allows you to be out the dungeon. But yeah, we got basically all of the healing stuff here. The only one that we don't have is the what was it? Ice Heal, which is to heal a Pokemon who was frozen. Frozen status, which I will get into later because there's no Pokemon right now that has an ice type attack. So we are very lucky. But we're gonna go and move on to Brock's Gym. We can actually explore Pewter City for a minute. And I can talk about some of the changes in Pewter City. In yellow version, that Nurse Joy would be the image of the lady here in the Pokemon Center, and she will have her signature Pokemon, Chansey. To the left is the PC, which you are able to access. It'll say someone's PC, Red's PC, Oak's PC. Oak's PC will just basically, of course, read your Pokemon and your Pokedex, and he will give you a rating. Red's PC is basically where you can hold items, and someone's PC is where you hold Pokemon. You have Pokemon boxes, but here's the stupid thing I hear about boxes. If you like to change a box, you have to save in between each save. Gen 1's bullshit lineup. Ugh, so stupid. Here is the Cable Club. You can enter here to reserve for 2 friends. This is where you can battle or trade Pokemon. This guy here will say he's talking to someone on the phone, and he's like, "Hey, I'm on the phone." Scram. He is talking about this game's antagonist group, Team Rocket. Here, I believe this is Jigglypuff. This is your first instance into an amazing normal type. Very bulky Pokemon. We will see Jigglypuff soon, but this is the infamous Jigglypuff song. Jigglypuff was also seen in Pokemon in Super Smash Bros. To represent Pokemon alongside Pikachu. This child here will say just because things, if Pokemon get drowsy, need to, and he starts to doze off. Sleep status. Basically, in Gen 1, it's fucking broken. I'm not even gonna lie. Fuck. I am so under level for this, and sadly enough, Bulbasaur is the only one I can use to go up against Brock. Excuse me. This guy here, if I talk to him, Pokemon learn moves as they grow, but some Pokemon may be taught moves by the trainer. Yes, that is TM, technical moves. Pokemon easily become very easy to catch when they're hurt or sleep, but that's not a sure thing. Yeah, he's talking about catch rates. If you use a status move, it will help help you catch a Pokemon. For instance, paralysis and sleep. Burn and poison are not really good for putting a Pokemon in a status to where you can catch them, so I would not advise those. There is also the status of confusion, which in this game is not always a substantial chance because the Pokemon will hit itself in confusion, but it's a very rare chance that Pokemon will be confused. Later gens introduce the ability to not be confused, and that's called Own Tempo. Which Own Tempo, I believe, since Gen 7 got a major buff. This is Pokemon Museum. You can talk to this guy. He will give you pay for a ticket, 50 $50. And you explore the Pokemon Museum. This is one magnificent fossil. If you look at the fossil, it is in the shape of a legendary fossil Pokemon. This is Aerodactyl. The Aerodactyl fossil is a rare Pokemon. The other one, I believe, in the shape of Kabuto. Kabuto's fossil, a primitive and a rare Pokemon. Yeah, these are basically Pokemon of ancient times. I believe also this is a meteorite that fell into Mount Moon, a moonstone. Yeah, there may be a lot of references and stuff. Here is also the Space Shuttle Columbia. This is based off of the real life Space Shuttle Columbia. Yes, a Pikachu soon, I promise. I want a Pikachu, it's so cute. I asked my daddy to catch me. Yeah, that is adorable. He's gonna catch his daughter, Pikachu. We have a space exhibit now, and I believe a moonstone. What's so special about it? Don't worry, kid, you're too young and stupid to understand, but a moonstone is very important. I don't think these signs say anything, they just tell you to go left or right. The only thing about the Pokemon Museum is that guy right there in the back, but we cannot access him or his colleague due to the fact that we do not have the move Kite. But he will be assuring later because he gives us a fossil. There is a house here. Talk to this kid, and he says, Nidoran, sit. And I believe that is a Nidoran. Yep, bow. You know, it's going to, yeah. Our Pokemon an outsider, so it is hard to handle. An outsider is a Pokemon you get in trade. It grows much faster, but may ignore you if you're an unskilled trainer in battle. If you only had some batches. Yeah, this is your indication about what happens when you trade Pokemon. If you do not trade if you trade a Pokemon, you will not be able, it won't obey. And if it's not obeyed, yes, it gets there wasn't there fossils in the museum, weren't they amazing? Oh yeah, they got them from Mount Moon. That's just more Lord to Mount Moon, which is the next dungeon in our first cave we will be exploring. I believe this will tell us that going, notice, there are thieves that have been stealing Pokemon fossils out Mount Moon. Please call Peter Police with any info. Otherwise, hey, you're a trainer, right? Brock's looking for new challengers. Follow me. So this guy right here, which I don't know why he did all that extra, is going to take us to the Pewter City Pokemon Gym. Because Brock, the gym leader, is looking for it. Brock and the other gym leaders are basically your boss battles. That kid is going that way. Fun fact, that's this. This little barrier that cuts you off from getting to the gym unless you take the long way. And I believe you talked to this girl, she said rumor. It's a rumor that Clefairy came from the moon. They're probably after the moonstone that fell from Mount Moon. Yeah, there are moonstones in this game, and you only get 4, because I believe there's only 4 Pokemon that actually go evolve from a moonstone. 2 of them we just saw, which were Nidoran and Nidoran female. Niran male and Niran female. The others are Wigglytuff and are Jigglypuff and Clefairy, who also evolved from Wigglytuff. But this is the Pewter Gym. Love this gym music. Hey, can I tell you what it takes to become a Pokemon champ? I'm no trainer, but I can tell you how to win. Let me take you to the top. Sure. Let's get happy. The first Pokemon out is in the match is the Pokemon at the top of the Pokemon list. By changing the order of the Pokemon, the matches can be easier. I believe he also tells you about... Oh, he doesn't tell you about the matchup. Oh, I think in later gens he does. But, this is the Pokemon Gym Talker. He will tell you information about the Pokemon Gym. For instance, in later gens, he will tell you about Brock, and Brock's team, which is pure Rock type. This is a gym trainer. Gym trainers, they will specialize in the Pokemon that the gym leader specializes in. This is a junior trainer. They are higher class than your normal trainer, but they are still underlings for the most part. They like to just carry around very natural living Pokemon. For instance, this guy is rocking a Diglett. Diglett is adorable. Diglett is pure ground. Which, ironically enough, Brock is supposed to be the ground type, the rock type specialist. But in this gen, he only starts off with 2 of the rock Pokemon that are actually common in most caves. Fun thing about Diglett is pure ground, so the only thing Diglett will be resourceful for is taking out Pikachu, because unfortunately Pikachu is electric type and not ground, so a lot of Pikachu's starting move, which is Thunder Shock, unfortunately won't do anything to Diglett. If Diglett was just pure rock type, it would be a different scenario. But we are easily going to take out Diglett. And the next Pokemon I believe is Sandshrew. Also another ground type. Diglett for the most part and Sandshrew, who we see here, are both pure rock. That's also to give you a hint that rock is weak to ground. Sandshrew also has a couple of his own signature moves, which we won't see till later on, but yeah, this is just basically it for the most part. It's just gonna just try to set up Sand Attack. You could use a flying type against Sandshrew. The crazy thing is Sandshrew's attack, Sand Attack, is normal, and oh boy, yeah, I'm gonna have to deal with this. Luckily I did cast the, ooh, I have no way of healing. Oh no, yes I do, I have Potion. The unfortunate part is that I don't have access to any really good grass type moves, so I'm basically just running off of Leaf Seed, Tackle, till I think I become level 12 and I learn Vine Whip, which will be Bulbasaur's stab move for a while. So Bulbasaur, unlike Charmander and Squirtle, through leveling up is going to get a lot of early moves faster, but it's going to take a while to really take advantage of Bulbasaur for what Bulbasaur is. Even to a point, Bulbasaur won't be helpful after certain gyms, because Bulbasaur will be helpful for the first 3 and can basically be neutral for the 4th gym. Not 4th gym, the 5th, yeah, the 4th gym. After the 4th gym, you won't be seeing me use Bulbasaur unless I run into trainers that I have to deal with that have Pokemon that are weak to grass, but aren't weak to electricity. Or, I'm sorry, electric type. I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna go heal, because I do need it for Bulbasaur. But, yeah, Gen 1 first gym leader, Rock, can be an asshole, because if you're not starting with Squirtle or Bulbasaur, this is gonna be a very hard matchup for Charmander, seeing as how most of the Pokemon in the gym can resist fire. There is one exploit to it, and that's the fact that because fire is special, and all the rock type Pokemon in this gym are the rock type, rock Pokemon don't have really good special stats. So you can exploit with Ember. In Gen 3, and I think even the Gen 2, They do find a way to mitigate the issue that a trainer would have if they did start off um with Charmander by giving Charmander moves that would help it in its move pool. For instance, Gen 3 introduces the move Metal Claw to Charmander's moves pool. Gen 4 gives Charmander the access to Dragon Rage, which is a Dragon type move, and it does 40 damage automatically to a Pokemon. In later generations, they did mitigate Charmander with some more moves to help Charmander out if we did start off with Charmander. Now, in this gym, in later generations, you will see the gym badge in the background. Gen 1 did not do that due to limitations. However, it is time to take on our first gym leader. This is Brock, the Pewter City gym leader. I believe in rock hard defense and determination. That's why all my Pokemon are of the rock type. Also, because you're a dick, because every trainer coming out of Pewter, who's coming to Pewter, if they didn't come from the other side of Pewter, that has access to grass and water, could murk you. But yeah, this is Brock. This is the first gym leader, and basically our first boss battle, if you actually really think about it. His sprite changes throughout. He starts off with, of course, Geodude, who has, God, that's an ugly sprite. Limitations, though. Geodude, level 12 with the moves Bind, Tackle, and Harden. Defense Curl. Geodude is rock ground, meaning that if you splash any water or throw leaves at it, it's gonna take some damage. Due to the fact that it's rock type, I'm not gonna be doing much damage to this Geodude. I'm gonna try my best, and there goes the defense buff. That is Defense Curl. That is one of the moves that Geodude can learn to buff his defense. I can basically play around with this right now because I can just use Leech Seed to sap its strength and then hit it for mediocre damage with Tackle. I'm not too afraid of this Pokemon. Honestly, I'm not too worried about this Pokemon. I honestly think I don't have issues with it. It's the next Pokemon that Geodude is going to be replaced with that I have the issue. I'm kind of pissed because if I had waited, I could have came back here and I could have had Violet at level 13 to help me deal with both Geodude and Brock's ace, which is Onyx. Brock does come back in later gens, of course. Generation 2, he has an evolved Onyx. No, he has an evolved Geodude in the forms of its final form, Golem. Gen 3 still keeps you with Geodude, but Geodude's move pool is a lot better and a lot substantial, as well as Onyx. Gen 4 Part 2, Gen 5 for the Pokemon World Tournament, and the remakes of Let's Go Eevee Pikachu also bring back Brock. With Brock's team actually being a lot more substantial in terms of the Pokemon layout. Even in his rematch, because I don't think a lot of people went through the game to know that you have access to rematches against the gym leaders, and they have a different lineup of teams. You also see a good change of what their Gen 2 teams would be, but unfortunately, Pokemon Let's Go Eevee Pikachu did not have sequels. Which, to be fair, is the thing. Oh, and we learned Violet! Yes! I didn't think I was going to get much experience from that. But now we have Brock's ace. This is Onyx. Level 14, I believe, with the move Bind, Hardened Tackle. In Gen 3 and above, it will have the move Rock Tomb in its lineup as its signature move. Here it has Bind. And it will spam Tackle. So we're actually gonna just spam Leech Seed, and we're gonna hit it with some Vine Whip. The Vine Whip is grass type, which Onyx is quad weak to, since he is both rock and ground type. Which rock and ground are both weak to water and grass. And I got another level up. We're level 14 now. But that is it. We have defeated Brock, the Pewter Gym Leader, and he gives us the Boulder Badge. Yeah, this will actually be done outside of the gym battle. He says when lead bed, and burying that will make your Pokemon more powerful. You can also use the move Flash outside the battle as well. And he gives you some money for beating him. He also gives you our first TM. This is TM 34. This is Bind. Bind is not good. It's a 2-turn move. He also tells you that about TMs as well. You can absorb the damage and then pay it back as double. It's basically the precursor to counter, and what counter does in 2 and above. But Bind is our first TM, and this thing is going right into the box. I do not have any need for the TM Bind. There are some Pokemon who use Bind, but let's be real, there are better moves that you can use outside of Bind. And I do believe you can buy Bind from the Celadon City, the department store, but I'm not, like I said, I'm not worried about that. Dispose, go to my PC, we're gonna drop off Bind, and then, yeah, we're just gonna go on our halfway. So, that was the first instance of me using the, the PC. Yeah, that was the first instance of me using the PC, and trust me, that won't be the last time. But because we beat Brock, that guy that was waiting here has moved. In Fire Red and Leaf Green, you'll be greeted by a, what was his name? Professor Oak's aide. And he will say, oh, before you leave for your journey, I wanted to run into you because your mom gave me this package to give to you. And she gives you the running shoes. The running shoes are introduced in Generation 3. They're basically just a speed up feature. So you should, because people complained about Gen 1 and 2 being very slow on foot. We do have a speed up feature, but that kind of still negates the whole, I'm tired of walking everywhere. Ugh, and the walking in this game, until we get the bike, which is the upgrade to your movement speed as a character, yeah. Oh, we're going to be doing a lot of this. But we are on, I think this is Route 4? Route 3 or Route 4? Oh, we're, use the item, use the map. Yeah, Route 3. Route 3 houses some decent Pokemon, but it has to done the trainers. I'm going to also say, you're not using save states. But no, we're going to say it because it's traditional Pokemon. You gotta say it. That's a last. That's a youngster. Oh, that's a battle. Okay. So let's battle this last first. I believe this is the last. Is my first introduction to the last? Yeah, this is the last. Last trainer. The last class basically uses cutesy Pokemon, as you can definitely see here. They have an evolved state, known as the Beauties, which just also use cutesy Pokemon, but they use more beautiful Pokemon, or Regalesque Pokemon. Beauties for the Laxes for the most part are just your early game trainers. I like your early game encounters in like RPGs. They have like, they're not threatening because once you get to certain levels, you're perfectly fine. And so we're gonna use Pikachu on this. I wish I had a what is it that I wish I had on here? The yeah, we're gonna be using that for some moves. Hey, we met in Viridian Forest. Yeah, this is a bug catcher that we ran into. He's not gonna have anything different. He's still gonna have Caterpies and stuff. But this Caterpie should have been a better thing. I don't get that at all. I don't. I try to understand it, but I really can't explain to you this whole algorithm. Gen 1 is stupid. With Pokemon lineup, Pokemon bashes. It's just pretty stupid. But yeah, that Caterpie should have been a better fruit final form. And that Weedle should be a Beedrill. I want to switch into Harpie because these bugs are being swept up real quick. Weedle, unlike Caterpie, won't have Tackle. It will have Poison Sting, which is a good stat move for Weedle because it's poison. It also has chance of poisoning, which is why a lot of the NPCs told you to have antidotes if you were to go into Green Forest because they will have it. In later games, if you encountered bug catchers in Green Forest, their Weedles and Kakuna will still have poison sting. Actually, their Kakuna will have poison sting. And they will try to hit you. That is also another signature move with bug types. That's String Shot. It will lower your speed. It can be ridiculous just in early game. Like, a lot of the early game moves are still moves that do a lot of effect. Most people, in terms of competitive play, try to use moves that will inflict the status ailment, but also still do, like, damage. Unless your moves like Calm Mind, Nasty Plot, stuff like that. And then you can do what's called Baton Passing, which is switching out a Pokemon to another Pokemon while still in battle. And the fun thing about Baton Pass teams is that those teams specialize in buffing themselves, but then when they switch out, they're actually moving the stat buffs and or debuffs onto another Pokemon. Yeah, I'm gonna switch the lineup. I'm gonna move Thor down, but I'm gonna keep Pika and Pidgey out because I believe the next couple of trainers are gonna have some Pokemon I do not want to deal with, and do I not want to deal with them? Hold on, I'm just checking stuff right now. I can go inside. I'll do it in a minute. Let me finish it. Let me finish this up. But yeah, Jesus Christ, I'm gonna be having some fun with this. Let's go back to Green Forest. So, yeah. Alright, oh, this is our first youngster. Oh, sweet. Youngster class in Pokemon. These guys, they just like really cool Pokemon. They start off with Rattatas and Spearows, but they get higher up. Their evolutions are into Cool Trainers. And Cool Trainers, my god, Cool Trainers are, Jesus, they are like gym leaders, but they have the brain. And in later iterations of Cool Trainers get a lot smarter, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, like I said, the nostalgia factor of playing Pokemon is just, you know, getting on your Game Boy and just having fun with your Pokemon. Just, you know, battling and maybe for some training and things, I used to that. With me for Generation 3, ooh, that was Quick Attack. That's a move that is just that a lot of Pokemon learn. It allows you to go first to strike with Pika. Thank God I'm not doing enough lot. And I had to switch. But yeah, I'm this. I'm sorry. I hate bullshit. Quick Attack. The Quick Attack's a really good move that allows you to go first. It's a priority move, as they call it. In later gens, there are other priority moves. An advanced version of Quick Attack is known as Extreme Speed. Oh, Ekans! And that ugly ass duck mouth. This is Ekans, a pure poison Pokemon. Ekans' name is Snake spelled backwards. Ekans has access to a really ugly move. That move is called Wrap. Wrap in Generation 1 is by far the stupidest shit. It is really fucking dumb. If you were to get wrapped, you would get hit with a ton of bullshit. Wrap in Gen 1 will move from 2 to 5 turns. You are not able to move, which sucks because I hate Wrap. Any Pokemon I know that has the move Wrap, I try to kill it as soon as possible. I know in Pokemon Stadium, because I played Pokemon Stadium, it was a bitch to deal with Pokemon who had Wrap, because a lot of them had really good who had really good speed attached to them, or they tried to hit you with moves like Sleep Powder or Stun Spore, and they would basically hit you with a powder, wrap you, and then you would be dealt the damage from wrap. I'm lucky that there's no grass type move that inflicts burn, because that would just be more annoying. But yeah, Ekans is supposed to be the first introduction you have to the move Wrap. which for 2 to 5 turns makes you do absolutely fucking nothing. And because of Gen 1, Wrath will continue on until it's time for the player to say, okay, well, it's done, and then that's when they feel like it. And remember, this is Gen 1, where the AI can just say fuck all and get 5 moves in, or 5 with multiple hits in. So, yeah, no one likes Wrath in Gen 1. Gen 2 fixed it, and onward, where Wrath was just a arena trap ability, where it kept the Pokemon in, and they couldn't switch. And at the end of each turn, they would get hit with different damage, which I loved about the way they used it. There was also access to the water move with Wrath, which is Whirlpool. Fire Spin is in this game, and it's basically Fire's Wrath, and it's just as dumb. There is no rock version of Wrath, although Onyx does know it, and there's also another move called Constrict, which is similar to Wrath, and I believe it runs off the same logic of Wrath. If you get hit with Constrict, you are also hit with Heal. And you can't move the next turn. So yeah, don't get caught in Constrict or Wrath. Or Fire Spin. And if anything, if you know your opponent does have that move where you can just prep ahead to deal with that move, because there are Pokemon, thank God, have access to moves that can deal with those Pokemon. Or basically just lay on the status condition, because that's what I do. I like to hit Pokemon with Sleep Powder, or I like to hit them with Stun Spore. Or Thunder Wave. Yeah, I forgot about Spore. Spore is in this game. Spore is definitely another rock behind one family in Pokemon, and we'll get to that family when we get to Mountain. Because I'm going to be rushing through the next couple of battles, but I just wanted to, I got the paralysis off my Thunder Shot. Which, to be fair, now that it's paralyzed, that String Shot is not going to be String Shot itself is supposed to be white, as it is that it's supposed to be silky thread. It's supposed to be the stringy thread that insects like spiders would use, or actual larval, before they become the cocoon state. Also, Metapod and Kakuna have their signature move, Harpie. This is the only move that they will have, and it will buff for the team. Luckily, I have Pikachu, who has his special attack, which gets over Harpie and shits on and Pikachu's special stats shit on a lot of these Pokemon early games, and most of them just have Harden, and especially the Bug types. That's why it was easy for Pikachu to lay on the heavy damage and break it forth. Also, Pikachu's also lay on some heavy damage on Spearow. It's probably the highest level Pokemon that we'll face right now after Bronze, until we get to next which, to be fair, I'm about to pretty much just curse off the Spearow with Thunder. Oh yeah, lay on the Thunderbolt, the Thunder Shot. I will teach Pikachu Thunderbolt, but I want to do that after I get access to Cinnabar. So while we're going to be seeing Thunder Shot, and I'm sorry to say that to anyone who's a fan of Thunder, who wants me to see Thunderbolt, but yeah, I'm not going to get Thunderbolt until I get the Mixing Up Flinch. And that's simply because I want to have access to, beat it there off my way. But yeah, I want to have access to Thunderbolt for other Pokemon I want to get Thunderbolt to. And I do also need to make sure I have room in my PC for Thunderbolt to be duplicated. No, in my bag for duplication. Because if I do start off with... because here's the thing. Like I'll talk about when it comes to Mixing. That'll probably be like session 3 or 4. Oh wow, I'm going ahead of myself. But, yeah. I think this is another last. I know there's one last who gets mad at you because she thinks you're hitting on her. Which, lady, girl, I don't want you. Anyway, last, she got a Rattata. Why does last have a Rattata? We still have PC Pokemon Wilson, girls, they're cute. Like that. There's also some lasses that will have grass type Pokemon and Big Girl. Which, to be fair, some really cute grass type Pokemon. It's actually a later the grass type level of cuteness is really really high. Despite the fact that it's the worst Pokemon known to man, Sunkern is actually a girl. It's based off of a sunflower seed, and then its evolution, Sunflora, is a sunflower. Really cute Pokemon to be honest. Got more hype for Generation 2 and above for the usage of weather teams and stuff. So the fact that Sunflora is not a really good Pokemon, but it has some really good moves attached to it. Like, don't believe the hype for what the anime shows you about Sunflora. Like, it's so cool. There are a lot of jokes about it. And then Gen 3 also gave us Love Disc. Love Disc is such a joke. Oh my god. Love Disc is a pure water Pokemon. The only thing Love Disc has going for it is that it's very fast. Its move pool is straight up trash. There could have been an evolution for it, but I think Game Freak didn't want to get an evolution because in Generation 5 there's a Pokemon called Amuromola that its name is a what is that? It's not a female. I forgot what it is. Damn, really? Hold on. Oh, that's my sister. Oh, thank God I have noise suppression. You guys can't hear my background noise. But yeah, in later generations, if you were to face a Pokemon that yeah, you'll run into a Pokemon in Generation 5 that's called Momola. And it looks like it could be the evolved form of Leftis. They did not include it in later generations. I guess they just did not love to give Leftis an evolution, which fuck it, y'all, if it did. But I actually do love how Leftis is only really used for one thing, and that's heart skill. And as a Generation 8, you don't need heart skills, because there's a guy in every Pokemon Center that is like, hey, do you want to relearn a move that you probably didn't think you had access to? Well, for free, I can teach you that move. The thing is, a lot of the Pokemon in Generation 8, if you go to this guy, like, he will reteach them some really good moves. It's just that, unfortunately, because of where the Pokemon you probably catch it at, some Pokemon don't have access to the really good moves. Moves, and some of their moves kind of still suck. However, what mitigated that was the wild area in Gen 8, which I love because when you beat Pokemon in the wild area, if you catch them or not, they will give you TRs, which are known as technical, like it's TMs, but these TMs only get one use, like previous games. However, there are these guys that are around the wild area, and they're part of like the Pokemon League in Gen 8. And what they're there for is you can buy TMs off the TRs off of them. And the RDRTs, I think it's called. It's the name for the algorithm of the item is that it's basically supposed to be more TMs. Like, even though you have access to 100 of them already, there's about a good 60 more of them later on that you get from the wild area. Those include some of the really powerful moves. Hi, Jigglypuff! This is Jigglypuff. This is, of course, you know her from Pokemon Stadium. You know her from Smash Brothers. She is the first unlockable in Smash Brothers. Jigglypuff! Which I think got more fan service because of Jigglypuff in the anime than Clefairy, because you don't see Clefairy. Like I said, Clefairy would have been the mascot if they didn't go with Pikachu. That is Jigglypuff's signature move. That is Sing. It puts me to sleep. Luckily, I have Awakening. Oh, no I don't. I'm at the move. Oh no, I'm at the mercy of Sing. This is Jigglypuff's special move, and Jigglypuff has... Oh wow, that was a pretty powerful pound attack. Pound is basically a strong tackle. It's just the strongest tackle. Unfortunately, Pikachu is about to die to this Jigglypuff. Oh, that is Disable. That is a move that will stop any random ability that the Pokemon has. Just there, it stopped my Thunder Wave. I only have a few moves till it stops, but I'm kind of terrible. But yeah, Jigglypuff will sing. She will sing her fucking ass off. I'm just gonna peck Jigglypuff to death at this point. Fuck, here goes that sing shit. There is an item in the game that I get later on that will help you deal with sing or deal with sleeping Pokemon. It's called a Poke Flute. It's a really cool item too, because it'll save me on having to get full restores and stuff. But I guess I'm just gonna have to wait out this. And what did this say? Growl? Okay, I don't use Growl. But this is also another thing that they changed in later gens is having to sit here and wait for sleep. And I think disable will stop because I already have it disabled. But yeah, I need to deal with this damn Jigglypuff. I should have put Bulbasaur out here just so I could get the Leech Seed. And then the Leech Seed will continue to sap the Jigglypuff strength, so it will pounce me to the fucking Oblivion. Holy fuck, my team is getting splat by this Jigglypuff. We need to lay on this Leech Seed. I'm not gonna do this thing shit. Disabled, didn't work. Good. Tackle her ass. Also to note, in later generations, Jigglypuff gets a pre-evolution. Her name is Igglybuff. As of Gen 6, Wigglytuff, Jigglypuff, and Igglybuff all become Fairy type. Yeah, Fairy type is the latest iteration of new Pokemon type. Fairies, they have a pink color. You're not a trainer, are you? No, you're not. You was better take a rest. That tunnel from Cerulean takes a lot out of to Cerulean takes a lot out of. You say to or from? That tunnel from Cerulean. Oh, he must have ended the other way. Yeah, so he's telling us about Mount Moon. I'm sure it's Mount Moon, or I think it might be Diglett Cave. But no, I think he's talking about. I know they fixed his algorithm. I mean his text in Gen 3 to say that tunnel leading to Cerulean takes a lot out of you, or from Cerulean. I think he's just talking about taking Mount Moon coming back this way. This guy here, he sells you a magic card. I will buy said magic card, and I will name it. This will be Skull Kraken. Skull Kraken is actually the name of its evolution in other languages. Magic card is Skull Kraken. Okay, K-E-N. Magic card, for the most part, I think even in the Pokédex entry, it just talks about how bad of a Pokemon Magic card is. Yeah, there's Magic card. This is Magic card. Magic card. In the distant past, it was somewhat stronger than a horribly weak descendant that exists today. Yeah. In the Pokédex entries for Magic card gets shot on. Yeah, poor Magic card. Yeah, if you have any Pokemon, you can store them in PC. I believe this guy talks about Team Rocket attacks Cerulean citizens. Team Rocket is always in the news. Yeah, he's reading a bulletin that talks about Team Rocket because I believe he is part of the National Police. Did I kill my Pokemon? Okay, I did. But we are here near Mount Moon. It's a rare occasion that you will run into a Pokemon Center near a tunnel. I think this was initially meant for the fact that, when the access points to tunnels and stuff is just, But we are going to enter this right now because it's only 7 here. It's probably 10 or 11 in the East Coast, so it's fine. But welcome to Mount Moon. This is our first our first cave. If you remember caverns in most RPGs, every step you have a chance of a random encounter. The random encounters in Mount Moon are as follows: Geodude, Zubat, Paris, and Clefairy. which is your 5% encounter rate. Paris, bug grass type, which means kindling to fire and easy pickings to bird. Paris, in its evolution Parasect, are the only Pokemon in the series as far as Gen 1 go, oh, and Gen 2 actually for that matter, that will learn the move Spore, which is a 100% accurate poison type, grass type move that puts the Pokemon to sleep. What do I say about Paris? I don't like Paris. Paris unfortunately gets no better in later gens. It has a quad weakness to basically everything you can easily get outside of Viridian Forest. And honestly, I'm shocked that it wasn't in Viridian Forest. I do know in later games, I think in Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, no, there's no buffs to it. It doesn't even know any poison moves. Any bug moves actually. I think isn't that Leech Life? I think he knows Leech Life, and that's it. Leech Life. Like, not until Gen 7 where they buff Leech Life. Yeah, sorry to tell you guys, Leech Life is a really bad bug move in early gens. It is replaced easily with Fury Cutter. Oh, a potion. And the ancient that I just found is actually the ancient for the TM for Water Gun, which is a really common water move on water Pokemon. The early Gen 1 TMs are kind of what the fuck. The suspicious men are in the cave. What about you? I believe this is another bug catcher. Bug catchers in Gen 3 have their own ups in terms of trainer forms. They can easily become Bug Maniacs. Bug Maniacs have stronger bug types and actually know how to actually battle with their bugs. Particularly, there's one really cool bug catcher in Gen 3 that he's actually towards the end of a very long route in Gen 3 where there's a lot of water and stuff. He has a Pokemon named Surskit, which is actually Water Bug. And it's the first instance of a Water Bug Pokemon. And its evolution, Masquerain, which goes from Bug Water to Bug Flying. Or logic, I don't know. But Masquerain has access to the ability Intimidate, which cuts the attack power of Pokemon in battles in half. Also, it has really good access to a lot of really good bug moves. It also is one of the rare Pokemon in the game that had access to the moves Haze and Mist. Mist is really good. I think Lapras in this game has it, where it protects your status abilities from being reduced to share. And then Haze cancels out ability buffs on your opponent's side. So, really good. There's a team comp called Pseudo Hazers, where they use Haze and Mist to help your team deal with buffs and debuffs. Lapras and Vaporeon are known for having those moves. And Clefairy! There's Clefairy! Clefairy! Jigglypuff's counter. Clefairy, Generation 2, she gets a pre-evolution known as Cleffa. Clefairy can be found here in Mount Moon. They are the rare encounter of this dungeon. Clefairy actually is still a really decent Pokemon. Has really good special stats. Has really good physical stats. Really bulky on the HP, just like Jigglypuff. When they evolve, these are Pokemon who can only evolve through Moonstone. Clefairy will become Clefable. Clefable is actually really cute. Clefable, in terms of its lore, is actually the Pokemon who Gengar is based off of. I believe during the first opening set of Pokemon, Clefairy, Clefable, Gengar, Gyarados, Rhyhorn, Kangaskhan, a Crocodile, and I believe the other was Nidoking and Nidoqueen. They were the start to Pokemon. They were the first 10. Unfortunately, due to I need to fix you. Yeah, I need to pair up. And then you can ground me on doing that, so I need to drop a growl on you too. That pound is getting stabbed, and I don't need you to kill out my team, damn it. Yeah, I'm gonna growl the Fable. The fairy. Okay, well, I tried, damn it. Alright, get in there, Soar. Actually, Soar's not too far from leveling up and evolving. But, yeah, Clefable, really cool Pokemon. It's really cute, it has all the cuteness factors to it. Yeah, people love Clefairy. They love it just because they love gym Pokemon. Like I said earlier, Clefairy was going to be the mascot of Pokemon, but they changed it because it's pink. And pink associated with girls. But I don't understand, because boys can wear pink. I don't wear pink, but I know guys that wear pink. And, like, I think it's the whole bullshit masculinity thing. That's all for a whole nother conversation, man. Alright, with that said and done, we did take out this last. She's the rare agent of last as a Pokemon that really does not fit where it's supposed to fit, but it does. In later gens, Clefairy gets access to the move, Meteor Mash in its evolution line. Meteor Mash is a Steel type move, which Steel Pokemon are introduced in the next generation, Gen 2. It's a really good physical move, and the only reason why they gave it to Clefairy was because of Clefairy's history. Clefairy is a Pokemon that is actually from outer space. In the Pokemon, or in Pokemon lore in the anime, because they explain it so well in the anime and the manga, Clefairy and Clefable are from outer space. They came to Mount Moon on their traveling through the universe. Which doesn't hint of where Pokemon came from. Some Pokemon are created, some aren't. Oh, Zubat. The other common encounter here, Zubat. I don't hate Zubat, because Zubat gets better in later iterations. Zubat has only 2 moves in his gym. Supersonic and Leech Life. Leech Life is a very bad Azor. It really is just horrible. It doesn't get better till Gen 7, which means about a good 15 to 16 years later, where they actually buffed it to 80% damage, 80% power, 100% accuracy, and it absorbs more HP as if it was a stronger Azor. And they also made it a TM, it's actually really good. Super Nerds! They specialize in urban Pokemon, primarily Pokemon that are made in a lab, such as Magnemite. In Evolution, Magneton, the Pokemon Voltorb, and Grimer in its evolution line, as well as Voltorb's evolution line. Magnemite, since it's on the screen. This Pokemon is a fairly decent electric type. Up until later gens, Magnemite actually starts learning some really decent electric moves. Right now, I'm just poking at it because it's not Steel type, so I can still get some decent damage on it. And also, I'm not afraid of it because Magnemite doesn't have access to Thunder Shock till late levels. When I talk about how bad the level up system is in Pokemon and how bad the level moves are, this is a prime example of I'm literally gonna peck Magnemite to death and not care. Actually, I do kind of care because I don't want to die from these potions. But yeah, like, I can literally curse off this Magnemite and not worry about, oh, is it gonna hit me with Thunder Shock? It's going to hit me with an electric attack. It's going to hit me with Spark. Spark is a move that it learns in Generation 3. It's an electric type move. It does some really good physical damage, and it has a chance of paralysis. I'm not too scared of it because, like I said, I'm not afraid of Magnemite, like, at all. I'm not afraid of Magnemite. I'm not afraid of Magneton. It's evolution because, like I said, Generation 1, Gen 2 kind of really just do these 2 Pokemon horribly. And I wish it wasn't the case. I wish they were a little better. But yeah, that is Magneton, and this is Voltorb, the Pokeball. So, the Pokeball Pokemon. Fun fact about the ball Pokemon Voltorb. It's supposed to be the mimic of Pokemon, sorry now, because it's in the shape of a Pokeball. When we do encounter Voltorb in its evolution Electrode, ooh, Screech, this greatly reduces my defense levels, which I'm not too worried about because most of my Pokemon are pretty fine. But yeah, these are the mimics of Gen 1. Generation 5 introduces Fungus and Amoonguss. They are not to be traded for Among Us characters, guys. Calm down, everything's not Among Us. But Among Us and Fungus, oh, Mario Evolving, awesome! So, I'll cut out to those Pokemon later, but we have a race of our first evolution, because I didn't use Caterpie or Weedle. This is Ivysaur. This is the first evolved Pokemon on the team. But now we go back to Among Us and Fungus, who also come into the game, and then they're actually the Gen 5 mimics. And they come in handy if, ooh, a rare candy. This ups a Pokemon by 1 level. But yeah, I need to heal. Do I have another potion? Oh, yeah, I have 4 potions. Because I found a potion in here earlier. But yeah, Mungus and Fungus are basically just the grass variants of Electrode and Magnemite. Like, they're not bad Pokemon at all either. They actually are later iterations who do get access to the move Spore. Oh, another bug catcher. Good, I can peck it to death. I'm surprised none of these bug catchers have Paris, considering that Paris is in this dungeon. But whatever. Yeah, it's just, they're basically the mimics of Pokemon. And they're actually really cool. Like, you have a natural mimic, and then you have a urban mimic. So if you're in like an urban dungeon, they spew Electrode and Voltorb. And if you're in a grass setting, you have Amogus and Fungus that can trick you. And actually, a lot of people liked that change up in later gens with Amogus and Fungus. You know, and it was really cool. It was a really nice homage to mimics. If you don't know what a mimic is a common enemy in RPGs where they look like treasure chests. I know Dragon Quest has some. Golden Sun. What is it? Chrono Trigger. Chrono Cross. And my favorite, Final Fantasy, has mimics as well. The mimics in Final Fantasy are kind of resemblance to Chrono Gear and Chrono Cross, since Square has those under. Square has all those under their mimics. I mean, Square had their hands in really a lot of good RPG series, and Dragon Quest is actually really good. I've never played a Dragon Quest, but if anyone did want me to recommend an RPG series to play, Chrono, Final Fantasy, Pokemon, Dragon Quest, in that order. Because, actually no, in the order that was is Final Fantasy, Pokemon, and/or Dragon Quest, because they tie. Even though I haven't played Dragon Quest, I actually respect Dragon Quest a hell of a lot for what Dragon Quest is. Chrono and Chrono Cross, because Chrono's a really cool character, and his designs are very Dragon Ball Z-like, because I think Natetsu Nomura, that's the designer for, he's the guy behind Square and Square stuff. Oh, he's the guy that does Dragon Ball Z. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but yeah, he's the guy that did a lot of the Chrono stuff. Don't play Blue Dragon, because it's not a pun off of a bad dragon at all. Get that out the way. But no, I don't like the Blue Dragon series. It's supposed to try to be a good RPG series, and it's not a good RPG series. But God, and I'm trying to capture the time here, people. But yeah, if you're a fan of RPGs, I definitely recommend Pokemon. I definitely recommend Fantasy. I can even recommend Dragon Quest, even though I haven't played it. Oddish is actually would be your first grass type if you didn't run into Paris and you didn't start off with Bulbasaur. It starts off with the Bulbasaur, which is really good because it's a move that taps HP. It's technically your typical grass enemy or grass encounter. Its evolution line is actually pretty cool. And here's its counteractive. Why Oddish is special variant, Bellsprout, who was very dopey as hell in this art style. These two are your grass Pokemon and are your exclusive grass types for Pokemon Gen 1. Yellow version and above gives you the chance to get these grass Pokemon without having to trade between their versions. Except for, I want to say, Fire and Leaf Green, they go back to the split stuff, which is bullshit. Also to note about Bellsprout. Bellsprout has more of the physical attacks attached to it. That's why it's used Lioneless, while Oddish has Azor in its move pool. They both have access to the powders, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, and Stun Spore, which I believe is Stun Powder in the Japanese translation of it. None of them have access to spores, but they can in terms of breeding. I love Oddish more than I love Bellsprout. Oddish in later gens has a split evolution into the pure grass type Pokemon known as Veloxin. When I get to the grass gym leader of the Kanto region, her lineup team consists of both Pokemon. I believe I just picked up the TM for Mega Punch. It's Mega Punch, it's Mega Punch. I love Mega Punch. I won't be using Mega Punch. You can buy Mega Punch actually in the Celadon department store. But now we encounter a Rocket. Rockets are Team Rocket as we know them. These guys are the bad guys of the Pokemon series. We also know them because Jesse and James is named after the famous outlaw. These two are off. This Team Rocket is, I guess everyone will say it. Team Rocket up until Gen 5 was probably the most notorious. It's still the most notorious group of bad guys, and like they are literally equal. Even though Jesse and James kind of just shits on their whole existence by being clogs. I honestly do respect Team Rocket for actually being really good at being evil. With that said, Team Rocket's lineup of Pokemon can be cakewalk if you have a Psychic type or Psychic moves. Because every Pokemon that Team Rocket has access to, except for Eradicate and Rattata, Drowsy, and Hypno, all have a weakness to Psychic. So you can Psychic, Confuse, Psybeam, there is a notorious Rocket in this cave, which I won't encounter till later on. But he has probably the highest stated Pokemon you'll be facing up against in Mount Moon. I believe here is an item. This is your first instance of finding an item within not a Pokemon, but that's still Gen 2. You can rest this Paris. Yeah, an Ether. This restores 10 of your Pokemon's power pool. Your Pokemon run off a PP system. It's kind of similar to an MP system. If you run out of MP, you can't use your moves. Well, Pokemon run off a PP. Except for your opponent. This gets changed in Gen 2, by the way. Gen 2 fixed a lot of issues Gen 1 had. But, yeah. For the most part, Team Rocket is your antagonist. And you'll meet their leader very soon. In the game. Is this our first instance of Hyper? No, still youngster. Okay. But, yeah, they're notorious for a lot of things. They're in Gen 1, they're in Gen 2. They make their callback in Gen 4. Gen 5 also makes the callback to Team Rocket with a very particular trainer that you'll see in Iceria City. And then from there, there's really... No, Gen 7 brings back the entire Team Rocket plot, as Giovanni does his craziness in Gen 5. I mean, I'm already spoiling it, but fuck it. Oh, here we go, Thundershot. I just lost Zero. So now I really gotta be careful, because if I run... Well, no, Pikachu can handle it, so. And I think this guy just has Rattata, which I think at this point we know Quick Attack, yeah, which is gonna be stats for them because they're all electric type. But yeah, I'm not too worried about Rattata. I'm not too worried about this youngster, except for it did kill my Fury, of course. I mean Harpie. Ugh, so mad. But yeah, Team Rocket is the most iconic team in Pokemon history. Because of their leader, because of who they are, Jesse and James. I guess second to this would be Team Skull, because a lot of people love Team Skull, and how Team Skull is. You know, the link was with attitude. You know, fake, not Now, someone really loved Eminem at that point, and being the rebellious child, which I do respect. Um, Guzma and what he is in terms of his team. He was actually a really good leader to his team. Oh, a moonstone! Yeah, we found a moonstone. That is a hiker. We need to battle that hiker actually. Just for relevancy, but that is a hiker. Hikers are basically rock 2.0. They specialize in rocks. They also specialize in fighting type. Like you'll see a lot of these dudes later on in the next cave sequence. But yeah, this is hiker. They specialize in rock type. We're gonna mock his whole team with this Ivysaur. There are more chances of me encountering other Rocket members, but for the sanctity of my mind and brain, I kind of just want to get through Mount Moon as fast as possible. So I'm basically just going to be cakewalking the next couple of battles. Because really after this, the only other battles I have to worry about is the battle with the super nerd at the end of the tunnel, and then a couple of the rocket grunts that we'll run into along that way. But we can come back to Mount Moon later on, once we get certain items and certain access to Mount Moon via TNs and via HMs, and then that's it. But yeah, this guy had 2 Geodudes and an Onix. This is basically, he's not Brock 2.0, but he is just a checkpoint to see how well you have gotten after Brock, which shouldn't have been too hard because I have an Ivysaur and it knows language. There is another rocket here. There's another rocket there. I have not run into Clefairy, because Clefairy is actually a really good setup. I believe that rocket over there is the rocket of interest. That rocket should have access to the Pokemon Eradicate. Or I think it's this guy. No, this guy. Eradicate, level 16. This is the instance where you'll see a Pokemon who's supposed to evolve at level 20 at a lower level. Raticate can be a dick, because Raticate will have access to the move Super Fang, which can do some massive damage. It also has Tail Whip, which is supposed to reduce my defense, so that I can inflict that Tail Whip. What I did is I'm going to Leech Life it, and then I'm going to Vine Whip it to death. Raticate is Rattata or Rattata's. Their way you pronounce it. I always pronounce it Rattata. It's Rattata's evolve. In Generation 7, they make Raticate and Rattata Dark type. Dark normal. So, A, it can help you with the Psychics. 2, it's gonna be there's Hyper Fang. Ooh, thank God it missed. That is, also it gets Hyper Fang first, then Super Fang. Okay, so Hyper Fang, which I thought Hyper would be stronger than Super, but whatever. Hyper Fang is a move that inflicts damage, I think, based off of your HP. Luckily enough, I killed Raticate before it could kill me. So, whew. And, we're almost out of Rock Tunnel. I mean, we're almost out of Mount Moon. There's only one more. I have not encountered Clefairy. So I'm kind of upset about that, because actually no, I should be glad about that, because Clefairy can be obtained later on in Celadon. But and that was probably the highest level wild encounter we'll have. That was level 12 Zubat, which, for the record, level 12 Zubat is not a fucking threat. It just still knows Supersonic and Leech Life. And this is probably the highest level you'll encounter Paris at level 10. Actually, no, level 12. I forgot that. And here's another rocket. Like I said, this is the last encounter we'll have with a rocket. In yellow version, this rocket is replaced with Jesse and James, who will battle you later on in the, right before you leave. And they will have Ekans and Arbok Ekans and Coughing on their team. So you'll get a glimpse of both of the, exclusive Pokemon. Unfortunately, due to, exclusiveness, um, I will not get the chance to battle. I will not get the chance to catch Ekans. Um, so yeah, sad face. I won't be able to catch Ekans. I would love to catch Ekans, but Ekans for the most part, it's not a really good Pokemon. I'm sorry, it's not a really good Pokemon. I can battle this. Yeah, Ekans for the most part is just a physical fighter. It can have some access to some really good physical moves via TM. It's most noted for its ability for its attack Glare, which is an automatic paralysis to Pokemon. It was a good way for you to paralyze ground types because Thunder Wave, Stun Spore are the other moves that paralyze Pokemon, but it was a good way for that to get over some immunities. I believe there's a Moonstone here too. Yep, found our second Moonstone. The other Moonstones we get from dungeons, and we have not gotten there yet. This is a super nerd. I need to switch from Team Harpie, actually. This is why I said you definitely should get, what's that Pokemon's name? Bellsprout. Not Bellsprout. This is where I would say go and obtain a, Butterfree. Because Butterfree will know Confusion. This is Grimer. This is a physical wall. Grimer is really... This image of Grimer is so fucking good. I love it. It's so cute. Grimer is pure poison. Oh, that's not my only physical move. Damn. I thought I was gonna get Growl or Thunder Wave. But, yeah, Grimer. Grimer is the result of Sludge mutating. The history lesson behind a lot of Pokemon, like urban Pokemon, is that they were created because disabled no more. Because they were testing Team Rocket was testing experiments on making Mew. Those experiments got out of hand, and they ended up becoming Grimer. Some instances in other Pokemon entries, when it comes to their region, I know Alola's Grimer, which is Dark Poison, is said that it's mutated waste. That actually is that took its form from mutated waste. Yeah, it's mutated waste. There was some instances where they said Grimer and Muck are Pokemon that are based off of sludge and sewage that left over time became physical Pokemon. There's also the Ditto theory, because I'm going into creepypasta territory, where Ditto, who is a Pokemon we'll encounter very, very later on, was basically a failed experiment of Mew. This is Coughing. I hate this sprite of Coughing. This sprite of Coughing is very incorrect. The skull and crossbones is actually supposed to be where the mouth is. It has not been changed until later gens. I think Pokemon Yellow fixes it, and this sprite becomes null and void. Like, the earlier sprites of Pokemon, like I said, in Red and Blue are very ugly. Like, you should actually see the Red and Green ones, and they're a lot better. Especially because they tried to, they keep in focus of what they were meant to do. And these are our fossils. Dome or Lord Helix. We praise Lord Helix. We do not praise Le Dome. Okay, sexual references aside. But no, Lord Helix will be our fossil. The Helix fossil becomes the Pokemon known as Omanite. Omanite, half rock, half water. Really good on both defensive and offensive sets. Because of its typing. Quite weak to Clefairy. I mean, it's not weak to Clefairy. But, oh, we finally get Clefairy. I'm actually gonna Thunder Wave this Pokemon. I'm gonna catch Clefairy just cause. Also, Clefairy. Oh, it's not this gen. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Yellow. Clefairy in yellow is actually really useful because you can trade it for a Pokemon known as Mr. Mime, which I can actually trade for, and it's still actually really good for the team. But Clefairy, no, I didn't want to. Fuck, I didn't want to run. Ah, fuck, I need to put both my Pokemon back. You know, we'll come back to Mount Moon. I'm not gonna stress over it. Um, but yeah, we should be at levels enough to take on the next gym leader. If not, there's a patch of grass to the north and to the south of to the north and to the left. I mean to the west of the next city, Cerulean. And we're almost 3 hours in. Good. I'm actually very happy about that. Because I know Pokemon is going to be a long journey. I'll be playing Pokemon tomorrow as well. So there is a lot of stuff I can still do. At least before I end the stream today, well tonight, I'm going to catch my favorite Pokemon in the line of my favorite Pokemon actually. So that way I can get, because I won't be able to get my favorite Pokemon. If you don't know, my favorite Pokemon is Alakazam. Because Alakazam is a trade Pokemon, and I don't want to do cheats, even though I'm going to do that within the game. I won't have access to Alakazam, but I will have access to his pre-evolved form, Kadabra. This is TM04. I believe this is Mega Kick. In Gen 3, in the area I just walked past over here, this little area here, there will be 2 black belts, or karate men as they're known in this gym. They will have access to teaching your Pokemon the move Mega Punch, and I believe this is Mega Kick. Oh no, this is Whirlwind. Oh, no one is Whirlwind. Whirlwind is really bad in Gen 1. It's a normal move that's supposed to basically help you run away from wild encounters. Thing is, there will be Pokemon in the main game that will know the move. I would not advise it as it sucks. In this patch of grass here, you will encounter your first exclusive Pokemon. If you're playing yellow, no, you're playing blue, this will be Ekans. If you're playing red, it's Sandshrew. Sandshrew, who we've seen earlier, is pure ground. It has immunities to electric, has decent stat matchups against a few other Pokemon. But Sandshrew's not good because, unfortunately for Sandshrew, it will only learn really good ground type moves through TM. And those ground type moves are Earthquake, Fissure, and Dig. Which it won't learn those moves till later on. And as of Gen 5, it won't learn any of those moves outside of TM. Like, they really just did not like Sandshrew. Sandshrew in Evolution Sandslash, luckily enough, get to learn the move Poison Sting, but because it does jack and shit because of their typing, that's the only way Sandshrew can deal with Grass type. If it doesn't learn any fire move, which I think it doesn't learn Flame Will till Gen 2, and that's through breeding. And oh no, I'm sorry, we do get Ekans. Sandshrew probably comes through through blue version. Thank God I'm not playing blue. But yeah, this is Ekans. This is Jesse's Pokemon of choice in Kanto and in Johto, and the start of Hoenn for the anime. Ooh, I got Poison. Ooh, Poison. No Poison. Antidote. There's fucking Wrap. This is the move that Ekans knows. It is Wrap. I hates the Wrap. Ugh. Oh, thank God we caught it. But yeah, that is Ekans. It is Snake backwards. I move silently and stealthily and eat the eggs of birds such as pigeon, sparrow, hole. Because, well, that's Snake. We're not going to connotations of names backwards for the obvious muck joke. But Ekans is a wild encounter here. It is at its lowest level of 8. You will encounter its evolution Arbok later on. I do believe Ekans evolves at level 23? Either 23 or 25. But We're in Cerulean. We're in Cerulean City. I love Cerulean City. I love Cerulean City's theme. I love Cerulean City's bluish color. Um, if this hurts your eyes, I'm not sorry. Play a different game. Or better yet, play Fire Emblem Spring, which mitigates the colors to basically blue being the tops of buildings. Yeah, that's actually what they do in later gens. Is that depending on what city you're in and what color it's based off of, that's will they specify the tops of the buildings. I'm gonna drop Ekans off. Dispose. I'm gonna dispose of both Skull Cracking out of my party and dispose of Ekans. Ekans, because I don't need Ekans. And I actually really don't like Ekans. There's really no time I've ever used an Ekans. Literally, there's no real time I've ever used an Ekans. I've never used an Ekans on my team. This is the bike shop. The bike shop is going to be very useful later on. We don't have... Actually, I can show you that right now. I love this thing. This thing gets used again in Fuchsia City, which is further south. But this is the bike shop. He offers you a bike. And it's, yeah, we don't have this money. Yeah, we can't afford it. However, there is a way to get a bike without having to pay that absurd amount of money, which is unrealistic because of your money count. Here in Cerulean City Pokemon, you're able to buy repels. Repels are very useful to ward away weaker Pokemon. This is actually a really good thing for RPGs. There's Awakenings, but these are the only new items. I'm gonna buy some more potions because I'm gonna buy some more Pokeballs because I definitely need them for the encounter I had. I'm also gonna buy some more potions because I definitely need them for the battle I had. Buy 6 potions. I bought 5 of those, and I don't think I need anything else. 7 Pokeballs, 5 antidotes, 5 paralyzed heals. I need to actually put some of these items back up, like these wound heals, the Helix Fossil, and stuff, just because it's gonna crowd up my inventory. So, this trainer here, this is a Slowbro. Slowbro is laughing around. Slowbro use Sonic Boom. Come on, Slowbro, pay attention. Slowbro doesn't know Sonic Boom. Just gonna point that out now. But that trainer is supposed to be an iteration of telling you, as a trainer, that, yeah, Pokemon are not gonna be able to have moves, out, like, it's a trainer thing. Like, you can't... Pokemon aren't going to listen to you if you don't have them outside of them. If you caught them... If you traded them. If you catch them out... Like, if you catch them, then you'll be able to use them. I'm going to dispose of Water Gun into the PC. Lord Helix in the Moonstones. Because I'm not going to have any Pokemon on my team I'm going to use the Moonstone for. Lord Helix, we won't get till we get to Fuchsia, Cinnabar. The Ether can go in as well as Whirlwind, because we definitely don't need that. I'm going to keep the Mega Punch. Particularly because, A, in Gen 1, you can get Mega Punch in Celadon. 2, there's a particular Pokemon that I need to keep it on. I'm going to keep it for so that I can teach that Pokemon a move. That Pokemon is Abra. Abra is my favorite Pokemon. Abra isn't my favorite Pokemon, but Alakazam is. Abra only knows Teleport. And as of Gen 1, that's the only move it'll have access to. It has no moves leveling up, and because of that, Abra is a really hard Pokemon to trade with. To train. There are access points to moves that you can use. Oh, this guy will tell you about the badges. He says you at least have one. That is amazing. Secrets now then, which badge would you like me? Are they badges would you like me to talk to? These are spoilers, the badges. Boulder, Cascade, Thunder, Rainbow, Soul, Marsh, Volcano, and Earth. Each of them represent a particular element. Which is funny because Soul and Marsh are kind of opposite, where Soul is in its color is the represents poison, but Marsh is in the hue of yellow, but it represents the mind, which whatever. But yeah, these are the gym badges that you receive in the Kanto region. I'm not going to spoil any of them because I want the gym leaders to tell them that ourselves. Here in this backyard, you find a rare candy. I believe in later gyms you find a max PP up. No, the guy in the Pokemon and the guy here, the badge guy. If you get all 8 badges and you come back to Cerulean, he, I believe, gives you a max PP or a max PP or PP max. It's basically maxes out your Pokemon points to its furthest highest value. So say for instance, Vine Whip at its max is 16 if I don't use PP ups. PP ups are basically equivalent to the HP ups, which I'm not got an HP up yet, but I'm spoiling a bit, but fuck it. Because that's just what we do. I only have 3 Pokemon right now, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to go take on our rival for our third encounter. If anything, our second encounter, if you did not do the encounter near Viridian. So, yeah, this is our second matchup here. This also determines in yellow version what your opponent's Pokemon will be in terms of Eevee's evolutions. He starts off the battle with Pidgeotto, level 18. This is probably his second highest next to his Charmander, but we're gonna Mollywop this, I can't believe I used that phrase. So old. But we're gonna Mollywop this Pidgeotto. It has access to the move Quick Attack, so it gets a stab from it because it's flying normal. That's this nasty Sand Attack. I hate Sand Attack. Till Gen 2 and above, Sand Attack is normal. In Gen 1. In Gen 2 and above, it's Ground type. There's Quick Attack, which is gonna get a stab from Cheese. I was hoping that me paralyzing Pidgeotto would have me not have to deal with this bullshit, but I guess not. It's gonna try to continue to do the whole Sand Attack thing on me, but I took it out. That is his strongest Pokemon, took it out. Thank you. Oh, level 15, and I think I learned. No, I haven't Quick Attack yet. Oh, it's Abby! There it is. This is actually Cakewalk. This is Abra! Abra! Pure Psychic type. This is your first instance of a Psychic Pokemon. Like I said earlier, Abra's only move is Psychic. This Pokemon becomes a beast when it finally evolves. Actually, his Abra is only 1 level away from this evolution into Kadabra, which I love Kadabra. In Japan, Abra, Kadabra, and Alakazam, because those are magic words, are actually have their names referenced to famous magicians. Abra is known as Cassie, which is named after Cassie. I forget what his full name is, but he's a famous magician who specialized in teleporting, which is Abra's specialty due to its knowing teleport. Kadabra is named after Younger, which is named after the magician Younger, who was a complete dick to Pokemon fans because for the longest, Kadabra couldn't. I guess he owned his name or whatever, and it was some additional bullshit. So after Generation 3, that was the last time you ever saw a Kadabra Pokemon card because of his dickness and how he fucked over fans. We did not get a, I think it's Fooding Keller is his name, or yeah, Fooding Keller, and his his name was actually referenced in Pokemon for Kadabra in the Japanese version. It's Younger. And he was really dick to people, and I think because of his grandkids, that in 2020 of all things, he said he allowed Pokemon to print the whole, Kadabra card bullshit. Which, dude, fuck you, because that was really fucked up what you did. And I'm a big fan of Kadabra, of the Abra line, because of Alakazam. And it was like, dude, fuck you. Like, you're telling me for the last couple years I didn't have a really cool Alakazam? Or they skipped Alakazam, actually, and just went straight for Abra and Kadabra. I mean, Abra and Alakazam, because they couldn't print any Kadabra cards because of the douche and all his bullshit. So yeah, as of 2012, I guess he signed some paperwork and allowed Pokemon to use his likeness. Which, just for the record, there are a lot of Pokemon who are made references to a lot of other famous musicians and stuff. Like I told you with Britney Spears and how they were going to name Spiro Speary as a reference to her. Um, of, when Generation 8 came out, there's a Pokemon in Gen 8. If you know the line for Zigzagoon from Gen 3, Zigzagoon becomes a really rocker-esque badass in Gen 8. Like, it becomes dark normal, kind of similar to how they treated Raticate in Gen 7. Alolan Raticate becomes dark poison. I mean, dark normal. And they did that for Zigzagoon from Gen 3. And Zigzagoon, Linoon, and then now they have an evolution called Obstagoon. And Obstagoon is based off of Kiss's lead singer and member, Gene Sims. And he was very honored to have a Pokemon basically given a resemblance to who he is. Like, Obstagoon is really cool. It's basically the rocker of Pokemon. And it's fun fact, the dark gym leader in Gen 8, Pierce, he uses an Obstagoon on his team as his ace Pokemon. And there's a lot of really cool references to Pokemon in terms of pop culture and stuff. And they were like, Gene, we're gonna make a Pokemon in your image. And he was like, cool, can I see what it looks like? And he was like, dude, I love it. And he went on Twitter and he talked to Pokemon fans. He's like, dude, like, he was like, guys, I really actually like how this looks. It's really cool. And he's like, thanks, guys, for, it took you 8 generations and my kids are finally grown up. But no, Gene Simmons, went through a good story about how his kids love Pokemon and I think he has some grandkids too now. Gene's old. But Gene still knows how to party. And Gene Simmons, like, if you listen to Kiss is a really cool rock band. They were one of the starting bands that did glam rock. Like, they wore, eyeliner on the eyes and really, like, they faced up. And even looking at it now, like, rock is a really good genre of music. If you haven't listened to rock music, please do. There's some really cool rock bands. Because I got into rock in late 90s, early 2000s, like when rock really rock came back to being pop culture. And rock is really, really cool. Like, rock has some really good rock artists, like Gene Simmons, Metallica, Guns N' Roses. God, it's so many really good rock bands I can tell you guys about that are really, really cool. And you guys should really get a chance to listen to like early 60s rock, or late 60s rock, 70s rock, and 80s rock. It's like, yeah, like, those guys know what they're doing. When I got introduced to rock was through, like, my favorite bands. Sum 41, Blink-182, Good Charlotte, Simple Plan. Like, these guys I listen to, and I love them. They are fucking amazing, and they rock hard. I'm telling you what a last. See, this is why I wish I had a psychic right, because then I could use confusion and stuff. I don't get my psychic till after this, and even then I still have to level up Abra. Luckily Abra will have the Mega Punch. I also gotta run into Abra too. Oh, sorry. I'm thirsty. I'm gonna take a small break after this because it's been 3 hours. And I'm gonna go get some food and I'm gonna eat. And then just take my break. So, yeah. And that was Lats defeated. Lats! Oh, I forgot to talk about this area. This is the Nugget Bridge. There are 5 Pokemon trainers. You can battle against them. And, at the end of it, you get a Nugget. A Nugget is worth 5,000 Pokédollars if you sell it. It's basically a sell item. In later generations, you get a big nugget, which is worth twice as much. It's worth 2 gold nuggets, 2 regular nuggets. And it's not bad. It's really cool. I'm gonna keep a nugget for later so I can duplicate the hell out of it. Because I want to be abusing duplication glitch with a missing gnome so I can get Porygon, who is in this game, and fuck no, I'm not doing the extra bullshit to get other Pokemon. What else is it I'm gonna do right now? I'll switch Harpie Lady in front for Pidgey because I believe the next trainer. No, the next trainer is Laugh. No, then that's right, because he's gonna have. Fuck. Is he not gonna have? Fuck, I forget what he has. I know the last above him, she's gonna have a Nidoran and a Nidorino on her team. And I believe this youngster is gonna have a Zubat, Ekans, excuse me, and a Rattata. I think for people's sake, I'm gonna say Rattata, but still to me, it's Rattata. It's Rattata. Like, I'm sorry, that's just how I grew up saying it. You know, for the longest, it took me a while to pronounce Seadra, because for the longest, I didn't know who that Pokemon was. I think because I didn't have a game to really have quick access to, like, oh, what's the name of this Pokemon? Well, I have a Game Boy and I don't have a card for it. So I guess I'll just have to wait till it's time for me to get on the game system, because I remember when I was younger, I could not play the game till a certain time. I couldn't play it till the weekends. Yeah, my parents were very strict about it. Fuck you, rap. Not rap. I mean, they were strict on what I could listen to too, but still. I hate this so much. Ugh, this is why I wish I had it. I should have trained up Butterfree. I should have, so I could deal with this bullshit. There is access points to me catching a Butterfree, because there's a patch of grass to the left of me, but I have to get through the Nugget Bridge to get to it. There is a Pokemon trainer on this bridge that has a Mankey. We didn't see Mankey earlier, but Mankey, ooh, I don't know if it's attack. Mankey is supposed to be the answer to me having to deal with Brock. I think in Pokemon Yellow. No, he's in this version too, I'm sorry. It's just he's earlier on. Oh, I should have switched to Pikachu. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to lose my Harpie Lady. Who's gonna become my girl. He's gonna become Fearow at level 20. Fearow is not a bad Pokemon. Fearow, for the most part, won't learn Drill Peck. It's a really good Flying type move with some really good damage attached to it till later. The Pokemon that I actually will have as my flyer for the team will be the Pokemon Dotrio, which I won't get till Fuchsia. Dotrio, for the most part, is it's 3-headed bird. Three-headed bird. It's an advanced bird. And I don't hate Dotrio. I actually like Dotrio. I think it's really cool. It's a really cool bird. Later on, what got me liking Dotrio is because a lot of other people were suggesting Dotrio to me. It was like, hey, you don't have Dotrio. I was like, yeah, because Pidgey. I was like, no, you should definitely get Dotrio. I was like, why should I get Dotrio? And I remember a friend of mine was saying, oh, because Dotrio has really good stab moves. I was like, so does Pidgeotto. I was like, no, Dotrio learns Drill Peck. I was like, does it? Pidgeotto learn Drill Peck? Like, no, Joe. Dotrio does not learn Drill Peck. I mean, Pidgeotto and Pidgeot only learn it through, what was it? They only learn it through Mirror Move. And Mirror Move is their signature attack. Actually, all bird Pokemon in Gen 1 can learn to move Mirror Move. It's pretty much mimic for flying types, but it's not good. And for the most part, from what I heard, no, I'm not tired actually, I just went to Pokemon Center and came back. But yeah, for the most part with Mirror Move, it's not bad, but it's not good either, because it just copies the last move your opponent used on you. So it's like where Mimic in Gen 1 only copied what you used, what move was in your opponent's move pool. Later gens introduced you copying the last move your opponent used. Oh god, I'm getting scraped up. Okay, I need to switch. Pika, go. Oh god. Oh god, Pikachu, please get in there. Okay, I know this is gonna be stab, but we're gonna have access to Thunder Shot. Oh god. Oh god, I was gonna fucking die. Fucking die. Oh, thank god. Okay. So, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Nidoran female. No, we're gonna keep Pika out. I actually want to heal Pika. Because I'm gonna heal Pika, and then after this battle, I'm gonna heal Harpie Lady. But, god, yeah. I forgot all about that. But yeah, yeah, when my friend suggested Dotrio, I went to Dotrio. And I did not look back. Dotrio is really good. And then Skyrim! Oh, Gen 1 had Skyrim. I definitely will be playing Skyrim in my team. Skyrim is awesome. Skyrim is the Gen 2 bird. You get it late in Johto. It's in the route between New Barktown and Blackthorn City in the grass patches. Its half skill, half flying, so it deals with its weaknesses. Some of its weaknesses, but not all. Oh, I'm poisoned. It's okay, I have an antidote. I'm gonna pick attack. But yeah, I love Skarmory. Skarmory is basically my favorite bird. Dotrio is next to it. Then there's Altaria. Oh, so fluffy, so cute. And then yeah, so it's Altaria, it's Skarmory and Dotrio. But I have a favorite bird in Gen. Oh, sorry, Staraptor from Gen. Oh, antidote. Staraptor from Gen. For Gen 4. I don't care for Unpheasant. I like Swanna more. Swanna's cuter. Oh, and Swanna can also use water type moves too. Because water Pokemon in Gen 5 actually aren't really good. Maybe Jalessi? But I think Gen 5 Part 2 made up for that. Because then you got access to you can easily get Starmie as a rare encounter in that game. Post game, you're able to access a couple of water type Pokemon there. Milotic is a rare encounter in a couple of water spots. So is Kingdra. Yeah, like you're basically set at that point. I'm gonna go heal. And once I beat that guy up there is a rocket in the sky. In later gens, does a little spin maneuver, and he turns out to be a rocket. He gives you the nugget, by the way, for beating Nugget Bridge. And then in Gen 2, they changed it to the Nugget Pass, where the trainers are moved from the bridge, because I think in Gen 2, someone talks about it. They're like, oh, yeah, the Nugget Bridge got turned to the Nugget Pass, and then you face 5 trainers, and they each will have, basically, you beat them, and you go face the guy at the end, and he gives you a nugget. And he says, oh yeah, they used to do this before 3 years ago. Too bad the guy was evil. Yeah. And then he gives you a nugget. He's like, oh hey, do you want to battle me? And you're like, sure. Like, congratulations, you beat all 5 of the contested trainers. That means you earned a starting prize. This is the nugget. Goes into your bag. By the way, would you like to join Team Rocket? We're a group dedicated to evil using Pokemon. You want to join us? Are you sure? Come on, join us. I'm telling you to join us. Okay, you need convincing. I'll make you an offer you can't refuse. Yeah, and then he battles you. In later gens, he just strips off his outfit, and it's bam, I'm Team Rocket. But yeah, Rocket Grunt here, I believe, just uses an Ekans and a Rattata, so it's nothing to really be too afraid of. We're gonna weird this Ekans, and then we're fuck you. Fuck, I knew it was gonna use Rap. Ugh, fuck. I'm gonna keep using Wrath. I'm only pressing through Leer because there we go. Then I keep attacking. I already lowered his defenses. Ekans doesn't have really good defense. Fuck. This rat shit. Well, luckily his defense is low enough and I can just start hacking at it. But yeah, this is why I cannot wait till I get me a psychic type. Ugh. I can switch out here too. Why not just do that? Yeah, you can switch and it'll negate the wrath. Which is also good for me because Pikachu has access to quick attack and I can just, ooh, it missed. So I can basically quick attack and get rid of this Ekans. I hate this god. This is why told you guys I do not like Ekans. This is part of the reason. This is also part of the reason why I think a lot of people don't come back to Gen 1 because Raft's bullshit. And that's why I'm glad I did switch out because I could deal with the Duke Rat and hit it with Thunder Shock. But once I'm done here, I can move on to, yeah, we beat the Rocket. Yeah, and now yeah, that's it. So here up north, there's an item. This is TM45. And later games, TM45 is associated with a track. This here is Thunder Wave, which doesn't make its appearance as a TM until later on. The grass that we're going to be going through, and I hope Pika is healed. No, Pika is healed. We're going to use this potion on Harpie Lady, but we're actually going to switch Harpie Lady for Pika because we're going to go catch my favorite Pokemon. We're going to catch Abra. So we can, no, we're going to catch Abra so we can get the second stage of my favorite Pokemon, which is Kadabra, because I cannot get access to Alexander. If there is a way to get Alakazam without me having to do bullshit, I'll do it, but right now, I'm just going to go through. You can also catch Oddish. Oddish is a really good Pokemon you can use not Sabrina, against Misty, the Cerulean Gym Leader, because it has access to the move Absorb. But because I have a Grass type already on the team, I don't have to worry about it. There's also Weedles here, who's one level. You can evolve it up and it'll become Kakuna. They won't have Arden, Kakuna, or Weedle or Caterpie. When you level them up, they won't have access to Arden, which is the move they get when they evolve. Oh, speaking of, there's Abra. So, this is a really low level Abra. I'm gonna hit it with the Thunder Wave to try to put it under paralysis so that it doesn't try to escape. Oh, but it failed. Good. Now I'm gonna chuck Pokeballs at it. Abra's and catch rate it's bullshit. And it can teleport. Which is the one thing. This is why they also say the best. This is why I regret not getting a Butterfree, because Butterfree in its later levels, if I did just spam Butterfree for a while, can learn Sleep Powder. And I could have put Abra to sleep. And all I had to do was wait out the turn for Abra and then catch it. There should be higher level Abras here. If not here, there's another patch of grass above where I can battle Abra. I can encounter Abra, and Abra will probably be level 12. I'm hoping for a level 12 Abra. I would have waited till Celadon to pay out the game corner for an Abra. I'm not doing that. I want an Abra right now. And I really want to play with it. Well, actually, no, I do want to play with Abra, because Abra, becomes Alakazam. That's one of my favorite Pokemon. So, yeah, it kind of just sucks, though, that I do have to do. I could get an Oddish and level it up, to where it learns the powders, but its powder layup is kind of pretty stupid. I think it learns Poison Powder, I think it's Sunspoor Poison Powder, and then it's Sleep Powder, but that's, I'm not looking up a guide for that, because I'm not messing with Oddish. I will mess with Paris, because I need an HM Slave. Because I'm going to be using HM Slave in this, yeah. I guess we should talk about the HMs. So, like Brock said earlier, TMs only have one use. HMs are their counterpart, and HMs, since Gen 1, were a move you cannot remove until you got to the move Deleter. The move Deleter is the only person in the Pokemon series that can remove a move. As of Generation 5, oh, there's an Abra. It was level 10. Good. As of later gens, you couldn't move. Oh, good, it's paralyzed. You couldn't move a Pokemon move unless you had access to. Yeah, I caught the Abra. There's my Abra. Abra, the side Pokemon. It sleeps 18 hours a day, and if it feels like it's in immediate danger, it will teleport. Of course, I will be naming this Abra Ow, where it's the nickname that I give my Abra, Owlie, which sounds like Ali, but no, it's supposed to be Allie. Abra, I'm gonna heal actually. So paralyzed heal on Abra. Then I'm also going to give Abra the key him for Mega Punch. I'm saving those rare candies for Abra because Abra, if it gets to level 14, which is in 4 levels, will be in range to become Kadabra, where I will use both DHM. The only move Abra misses out on when it evolves into Kadabra, which later games make up for. Yeah, look at that. Look at that special stat. 25 speed, 27 special. Its defense is poor because that's the occasion of all psychics. I think with the exception of Hypno, Drowsy, and have psychic Pokemon, they'll have better defenses. But yeah, this is Abra. This is going to be one of my aces for my team, and will be one of my big roundups for the team as well. Kakuna, which I don't think Abra's Mega Punch, because of Abra's low physical stat, that's also why I put Mega Punch on it, because I just needed a move to help Abra get through its level. I could do the other method, which is just to switch it in, switch it out, to where Abra could switch in and switch out, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to fight out to level 14 with Abra and get it to Kadabra. Fuck Harpie. Fuck it so much. I hate Harpie. Because literally, because Abra is using its already weak physical attacks, I'm using the physical based move. Because normal in Gen 1 is all physical. So, yeah, it's really stupid. Oh, its defenses are so high that it can't use Harpie. Which I still understand, why not just give Abra a psychic move when it levels up? Oh, I can also give Abra not teleport, Thunder Wave, to help it, but, yeah, it is what it is. But no, I love Abra. This sprite of Abra is actually a lot better in red and green, because it doesn't make it look like it's a giant battle axe in its back, or a prehistoric one. Abra is really cool. Abra can use Telly, it can use Psychic, it can use, God, Abra just has so good moves. I'm doing the switch out because I don't want Abra to die to Pidgey. And, I do have a potion. I'm gonna fight that trainer actually up there. This should be another bug. No, it's not a bug catcher. I think this is a junior trainer. Junior trainer male. I haven't even talked about junior trainers. So junior trainers come in male and female forms. Brock had one in his gym. That was a junior trainer male. This is the junior trainer females, who we'll see soon, are basically the female counterpart. They're basically your go-to for gym trainers, starting off in your early gyms. The last encounter we will have with a junior trainer won't be until Erica's gym, and that's simply because, what is it? It's basically like enemy left block for Pokemon, where Rattata, they'll have better ops of Pokemon, but the last time we'll see a female junior trainer is actually one of the routes before we get to, Vermilion. Not Vermilion, till we get to, Ekans. Yeah, I'm gonna have to switch in Abra, which means I'm gonna switch it out, and if I switch it out, I'm gonna have to run into, yeah, I'm gonna switch in Ivysaur. Which means it give Ekans a turn. Oh, thank God it wasn't fast. A poison thing's not gonna do much to me anyway, because, we're both poisoned. But I think outside of Rap, that is, Ekans' only other move till it learns Bite. But as I was saying, yeah, junior trainers are basically just like they're junior trainers. They're young, they're inexperienced, and it shows in their Pokemon land. It's not till later generations. It's not till later on in the game where the junior trainers are replaced with like cool trainers, which are basically supposed to be like they're basically their upbringings. Like, hey, remember the junior trainers? Well, here's the cool trainers, and cool trainers are like really, really strong elite trainers. Like they're your elite enemies at that point, and they'll use potions. They'll withdraw their Pokemon. They'll throw out new Pokemon to counter out what you're going to throw against them. Especially in Victory Road, because Victory Road is going to showcase a lot of no, cancel. It's going to showcase a lot of Pokemon. A lot of cool trainers. Excuse me. No, I don't want to heal, but thank you very much, Miss Joy. Yeah, so I was at level 11, has 109 experience to go. Yeah, this is gonna be a long haul. Luckily, there are trainers between Bill's house and Cerulean. I could go straight to Misty, but what's the fun in that? I want to give you guys a good live stream, so yeah, I'm not gonna go run into Cerulean City. So, I mean, run to Cerulean Gym and get my ass handed to me, even though the only Pokemon I have to deal with is Sabrina's, Misty's Starmie, which can be a bitch. That trainer right there, hold on, well, it's gonna be a trainer of interest for later on. Hiker, I think this is not the Brock rematch, okay. But this Hiker, he has a Machop. Machop, pure fighting type. They are pure physical. They do, oh, why did I just switch it to Harpie? They are pure physical types. They do physical damage. That is one of his signature moves, Karate Chop. Karate Chop in Gen 2 and above becomes a fighting type move. Right now, it's normal. So, oh shit. He is doing hella damage to me. Oh, thank God. So I'm gonna switch into Harpie, lady, so that way I don't have to deal with this bullshit. Ooh, Karate Chop to the face. I'm gonna peck his eye though. Peck, really cool move. It's basically your standard flying type attack. Unlike Gus until Gen 2, Gen 2 and onward gets the flying type properties that it's supposed to originally have. But yeah, I'm gonna on it. I guess I have Geodude, I'm gonna use Venusaur. So yeah, like I said, I'm not too worried about the next coming battles. I'm just basically using them to help Abra get to level. I'm helping Abra get to level 15, to level 14. Where's Abra now? Oh, I want to work the Pokemon Center. Well, you get to see what teleport looks like. That's teleport. In Gen 3, it makes a mirror, and that mirror sound gets used in later gens. For item traps and stuff. Actually, no, we're hearing it in this gen. Sabrina's gym uses it. If I'm not mistaken, they use the sound for teleport that later gens take in their shows. I think Gen 2 and onward. Yeah, 16. Oh wow, I was that close. Okay. If you do want to train your Pokemon up, there's a patch of grass to the left here. There's a patch of grass to your north. There's a patch of grass further north, and then trainers to Lindsay. If you want to match up for Misty. Misty's highest level Pokemon is her Ace, which is Starmie. And I'll get more to my favorite water Pokemon when we get to Starmie, because I love Starmie. Starmie is my favorite water type. Starmie will be on this team, because as you notice, I don't care too much for magic cards. I will use a Pokemon to help me surf, but I won't get that Pokemon until I get later on, and I won't use it till I get to TM first serve. I'm also lucky because these Rattatas in Gen 3 and onward know the move Pursuit, which is a Dark type move, which can hit the Pokemon if they switch out. I am so lucky I switched Abra out when I did, because I'm not dealing with this bullshit. Level 12, cool. So 2 more levels, and then Abra will become, will go to level 14, and then I'll become Kadabra. So I still have enough time. I could speed up the process, but I'm not gonna do that. It just kind of just sucks the fun out of it, because we will have our first grinding session when we leave for Fuchsia. And I honestly think once I get Kadabra, and Kadabra learns Confusion, we're gonna be pretty set for a lot of encounters, especially against fighting types and poison types. We will definitely have an answer to it. We won't have an answer, unfortunately, to other psychics, because that Kadabra will probably have to tank a lot of the psychic bullshit, especially for one encounter, which we will deal with very shortly, before we leave Cerulean City. And probably the only way we can leave Cerulean City. This trainer right here, we're going to leave that trainer for later, or I think it's the trainer on the other side. But we're going to leave both of these trainers because I have to look up a guide or whatever. But we're going to leave that trainer because that's for the new glitch. However, we can battle these trainers right here. This guy is, I think, another hiker. The girl over there is a lass. And then I think those two are youngsters. One of them holds a Slowbro. Yeah, a Slowpoke, I'm sorry. Slowpoke. Dopey Pokemon. The only reason why we're gonna mess with that trainer and some AI stuff, that Slowpoke has the same base stats for a Pokemon we're gonna encounter known as Mew. Mew is the mythical Pokemon of Generation 1. And I'll explain more about Mew when we get the chance to battle Mew, because Mew is cute. Mew is awesome. Mew is the one Pokemon in the Pokemon series that can learn any move. You heard me. Any move. Any TM, any HM, Mew can learn it. And I believe one of these two will have a Slowpoke that we can battle. Her here, I think, is a junior trainer or a last? I think she's a junior trainer. No, she's a last. Okay. And also about junior trainers. They get their name changed in later gens. Generation 3 and above call them picnickers and campers. I guess because they didn't want to use the motif of being a junior trainer anymore? I don't know. Oh no, please don't die. Okay, we're gonna switch you out for Pikachu. You don't know Confusion, and that would have killed the Nidoran. And Nidoran has Hornet type too. That's actually one of his really good moves. Too bad it doesn't know Double Kick, which would have been a great way to not have to deal with the bullshit. But yeah. Actually, Nidoran is almost close to Raw. Nidorino and Nidorino. Level 16, I believe. Right before level 16, they should be... Oh, level 13. Cool. And then I'm going to send out Nidorino. I'm only going to send out Abra just because I know Abra is going to get the experience. Like I said, once I become level 14, it is a wrap. I am going to basically drag Kanto with you. So, yeah. Oh, that was a growl. But she's a laugh. I actually like Lear's animation in Gen 2, where it's basically laser eyes. No, I'm poisoned. And, a lot of people were very upset about that, because it gave them some, almost, like, just be mindful of Pokemon moves, because they, like, the animation can give seizures. I think there was some seizure warnings too. Too bad for the Porygon episode. Thanks, Pikachu. Because no, that was not Porygon. That was Pikachu. Like, Porygon did his own little shit, but that was definitely Pikachu. For those who want to know, and I'm kind of spoiling it so that we don't get into Porygon, but there's a couple of episodes of Pokemon that definitely got that did not come to the States because their showings in Japan were part of the reason. There's an episode with Porygon that got cut. It was the only instance where we were going to actually be introduced to Porygon, the pure normal type Pokemon in the game that has access to some really cool moves. Conversion, Sharpen, but it is one of the rare occasions of a Pokemon who has the ability to use, has really good special stats attached to it. It's kind of why people praise its evolutions, Porygon and Porygon 2 and Porygon Z. Primarily Porygon 2 because when the item Eviolite came out, I think that was in Gen 4 or Gen 5, Eviolite, you can equip it to a Pokemon who has not fully evolved, or has an evolution, and it will increase its special defense and physical defense. It's a really good item to give to Pokemon. That, say for instance, you don't have access to multi-battle or multi-trade. You can't trade with your friends. Say for instance, if it wasn't this game, I would equip Eviolite to Abra. That would buff Abra's defense as well as Abra's special defense. Or it would be Abra's defense and special. And the reason for that is because of Eviolite itself. Eviolite helps Pokemon who have an issue with evolving. It's basically called Evolution Knight, and it's basically like a precursor to. It's just a really good item, and you can give it to your Pokemon, and it will allow them to. Actually, I just want to check frame rates for me because that's something I haven't. Oh god, I don't ball frame rates and stuff. So yeah, it was just really cool thing, and I actually do enjoy Eviolite. I love Eviolite. It's such a really cool item. I guess we're gonna continue on because I'm gonna go for another hour or two, probably about 9:30, and then that's where I'll cut it. Because at least by the time I get to Abra, to Kadabra, I'll be fine. But Eviolite is really good on Kadabra actually, because I read some of the slogan stuff and some of the VGC stuff, and people do put Eviolite on Kadabra for like lower rank tournaments, like tournaments to mimic other games, like the Pokemon Stadium stuff. And when Gen 2 and above gave you the ability to hold items, people with net. And the items that you can hold on a Pokemon are awesome. There's an item called Leftovers, which heals your Pokemon for I think 1/16 of their max HP. There's an item, there are berries. Berries have different stats attached to them. There are some berries that heal sleep, paralysis, confusion. So just like what we have now. The berries didn't get full state names till Gen 3 and above. But Gen 2, there's Mint Berry, there's Press Berry, there's Piston Cure Berry, there's Anti-Berry, there's Goldberry, like all these precursors are other berries. And they're actually really cool stuff to play. If you get the duplication glitches down in Gen 2, then you're perfectly fine for Gen 2. Oh, Abra's level 14. Okay, so we can say piss all hell to Abra, but we will be Kadabra very soon. We're gonna peck this bird. We're gonna peck this Machop's eyebrow. Really? No crit? I mean, it crit, but damn, it didn't. Oh, because it's physical. Against a Pokemon who has really good physical defense. Alright, and then I think the last one is another Geo. Yeah, we're gonna send Flora out. I can't send Pikachu out. Pikachu has no moves in Gen 1 to help it deal with Geo. Generation. I want to say Gen 2 and above helps it. Iron Tail, which can learn. It's a steel type move. Dig, which it can learn in this gen. I forgot about that. It can learn Dig. But I don't want to give Dig to Pikachu. Alright, while we're now here, let's talk about this. Rare candy bumps up a Pokemon's level by 1. Also bumps its stats, but I think it doesn't hurt. It hurts effort value, which I really don't give a shit. I'm using 2 rare candies here because Owl is now level 16, and Owl is now going to evolve into the powerhouse known as Kadabra Yunga in the in its original name. Also, I now learned Confusion, so now I can do some damage. Confusion, from what I remember, any anime just looks like a ball of energy, or if the Pokemon uses its mind. Oh, you're the boyfriend of the girl I just trapped earlier. Okay. Oh, Junior Trainer. So, yeah. Now I can start doing damage with Kadabra. Kadabra. Kadabra holds the spoon. I believe that is the gimmick of Yugen Keller, where his psychic ability allowed him to bend spoons, which was paid homage to with Kadabra. Look at all that damage. That's nice. Oh, I've been waiting for you again. Hey, Ekans, eat lasers. Eat mine black. Good. I've purged the infidels. Alright, now that we have that out the way, my apologies. TM19. Submission? Yes! Oh, Seismic Toss! Seismic Toss, one of the first of the moves for fighting types. If I'm not mistaken, Seismic Toss is really good for Pokemon who, it's a level-based move. There's another level-based move called Nightshade, which only Ghost Pokemon learn. And ironically, it's only learned by the 3 Ghost Pokemon of this gen. Lol. More Ekans. But yeah, I'm glad to have Kadabra on my team. Kadabra is to be staying on the team, and Kadabra is basically our black mage. Kadabra can't take a hit, but it can sure dish that shit out. And I love Kadabra. Kadabra into Alakazam. If I was playing generations above this, that Kadabra would definitely have Eviolite, and it would be either timid or modest nature, because I'm not a dummy. Natures were not introduced till Gen 3. Basically, your nature, depending on what your nature was, that would outright state what additional stat buffs you would get. A timid natured Pokemon would get a debuff in physical attack, but would be buffed in speed. So that means your special stat would be perfectly fine if your special stat wasn't piss poor. For psychic Pokemon, that's really good. Occasional water type, a few grass type. Really just depends on what your specialty is supposed to be. Generation 3 introduced that to a lot of Pokemon, and I thank them for that because it makes some of my favorite Pokemon really hard to catch at a point, because I didn't have a Ditto and we didn't have the Everstone. I couldn't really take advantage of Greedy. But yeah, a modest-natured Alakazam or modest-natured Kadabra is what a lot of people go for, because that means there's a buff to your special attack, a debuff to your physical. But all your other stats are pretty much the same. No one really cares about Alakazam's defenses. Alakazam, like I said, is the black mage. A lot of psychic Pokemon are going to be black mage. It wasn't until Gen 3 and above where they started giving us really bulkier psychic types to deal with a lot of bullshit. For instance, Gen 4 pseudo-legendary, one of Gen 3 pseudo-legendaries is Metagross. Metagross has Steel, has Psychic. It can deal both with really good physical and really good special attacks to its opponents. Has great move access to moves like Psychic and Confusion. I think its signature move is Meteor Ash. And oh, we're at Bill's house, so we're gonna cut that out to talk about Bill. This is Bill. No, he's not a Pokemon. That's actually Bill, the researcher. The good, true, and first, and only, in my opinion, Pokemaniac. Bill had a problem. He was using the machine. It screwed up his experiment, and he got fused with a Pokemon. He wants you to help him out. Like I said in earlier games, Bill was a Clefairy, In the manga, he's Eradicated. Thanks to the Cell Splitter, Bill and the Pokemon that he fused with are safe. They don't talk about the Pokemon itself, but I think the Pokemon is still in the other pod. Thank you, Betty, for helping me. I really appreciate it. For collection, hey, bummer. Oh, here, why don't you take this instead? He gives us the SSN. He gives the SS ticket. This allows us to get on the SSN in Vermilion City, full of really cool trainers. There's a party there. He said he would like to go, but unfortunately, he can't because he wants to finish his research. I think if you ask him, no, I think you have to leave out and then come back in. But he still talks about the SSN. What we're going to be focusing on is what's on Bill's computer. No, it's not porn. Bill's computer houses data for some particular Pokemon. Bill's favorite Pokemon is Eevee. And these are all the evolutions of Eevee in Gen 1. So we have Eevee, the evolution Pokemon. Really cute, really adorable. Its first evolution, Flareon, the attacker of the game. Flareon is pure fire type. Eevee will evolve to Flareon with a Fire Stone. Unfortunately for Flareon, until Gen 5, Flareon won't learn a really good stab move to circumference for its really high base attack. Because from Gen 1 3, Flareon is all special stat. And a lot of Flareon's moves, unfortunately, don't really help with that. Flame Wheel, Takedown, stuff like that gives this Pokemon some really good stab. Unfortunately, later gens kind of shit on it. Till Gen 5, where it can learn Flare Blitz and Flame Wheel without the hassle and still get the buff from it. Then there is one of my favorites, Jolteon, the lightning Pokemon. Jolteon has really good speed. A lot of its moves back that up. Jolteon is the only other Pokemon in Gen 1 that can learn the move Pin Missile, which is a really good move against Psychic types. I will likely get a Jolteon, if anything, just because I'll evolve the Pikachu, make it a Raichu, but I want the Jolteon. Because the other evolution is Vaporeon, the Bubble Jet Pokemon, who is the tank. And surprisingly enough, a lot of people love Vaporeon. It's one of their favorites out of the evolutions prior to Gen 2, who introduces Umbreon and Espeon, two of my favorite evolutions. Which also tie into the place of first because there is Gen 6's Sylveon, who is Eevee's fairy evolution. Eevee's fairy evolution is a lot different from its normal friendship evolutions. Um, Sylveon runs on what's called happiness evolution. The Eevee needs to know a fairy type move, which it has access to because of the move Baby Doll Eyes, and also Charm as a Gen 6 becomes a fairy type move. With that in tow, if you get at least a 2 in happiness on your Eevee, happiness stats, which there is readers for your happiness stats, Eevee will become Sylveon, its fairy evolution. It's kind of basically Espeon 2.0 because it won't have a weakness to dark, but it grants a weakness to steel and poison. Which, funny enough, it can learn Psychic in its move pool to counteract its poison weakness, and I think Flamethrower and Mystic Fire as of Gen 8. I know in Gen 7 it can learn Flamethrower and Fire Blast to mitigate its steel weakness. But for the most part, yeah. Excuse me, that is Eevee. And Eevee is, like I said, a really cool Pokemon. It just has a lot of issues attached to it. Oh, he's offline. So yeah, that is like the things about Eevee. Eevee has some other evolutions. I guess I can talk about them. They're Glaceon and Leafeon. If you have not heard of these names, Leafeon is Eevee's grass evolution. It was introduced in Gen 4 along with Eevee's ice evolution, Glaceon. how can I put this in perspective? Wow, they kind of really fucked up the bowl. Um, Glaceon by far is one of Eevee's worst evolutions because Glaceon is pure ice. There is no benefit to being a pure ice type other than your glass cannon. And even so, up until later gens, well, actually up until Gen 6, ice was your only answer to dragon. Because dragon, for the most part, has only two weaknesses. Itself, because of how mystic of a type it is, and then ice, which is the rare occasion. Ice is good on the offense, and that's the only thing it has. It can only resist its own typing, and that's it. Ice has the most weaknesses out of all Pokemon in the series. Pokemon types in the series, for it has a whopping weakness of 4. It has a weakness to fire, a weakness to steel, a weakness to rock, and a weakness to um, fighting. There we go, fighting. I know of Gen 1 because there aren't any pure ice types, and most of the ice types in this game are dual. The only real ice threat is Lapras. Dulgon is cakewalk because it really doesn't have much of what it can do with its own stats, but Lapras is a threat. And because of this, yeah. Oh, by the way, because we read that Pokedex entry, we now have Eevee and its evolutions in our Pokedex. So if we scroll all the way down, there we go. Eevee, Vaporeon, Jolteon, Newsletter. Which, because of this, I'm only going to get Eevee to become Jolteon. If I don't have the need for a fire type, which I'm thinking about it, I won't need a fire type because I have Alakazam to deal with grass. I have Kadabra to deal with poison. I'll have a flyer. And the only thing fire would be really good against is steel, but that's not till next gen. So I really don't need a fire type. And sadly enough to tell you guys, if you're looking for a good fire type, the only good one is Magmar. And you won't get that in red. Yeah, sorry to tell you, if you're looking for a fire type in red version, sadly to tell you, you should start off with Charmander. Because that's legit Charmander. Because the only other fire types that you get outside of that are version exclusives. And I guess we should I'll talk about Growlithe and Vulpix when I get there. But if I had to pick between the two, I'm choosing the fox over the dog. Even though the dog is cute, I won't be choosing the dog until Gen 5. Now we're here in Misty's gym. Let's talk to our friend Champ in the making. Here is his advice. Misty is a pro user of water types. You can drain the water with your grass types, or you can zap them with electricity. Misty in Gen 8 for Pokemon Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu. In her gym are all swimmers. They use water Pokemon. They are fans of water types. This swimmer is male. This is your first encounter of a male swimmer. In later gens, they do introduce the female swimmer, where she is rocking a bikini and she's rocking a bikini, but then in later gens, she's gonna be rocking a less revealing suit. Like, she's still all cutesy and stuff, but it's less revealing. Horsey! This is our first instance of a pure water type. Horsey is supposed to be the Waver Pokemon. It later becomes Seadra, which you do get to see a lot of that in. And then its evolution Kingdra of Gen 2, only through trade evolution with a dragon scale, becomes the first water dragon and has a full pure weakness to dragon. Being as that dragon will be very hard in Gen 2 to get through. The next Pokemon up is Shelder, who is pure water. Shelder does evolve into his evolution Clayster and becomes water ice. Shelder is the physical tank. It's not really good in special, as you can see there. Thanks to Gen 3, it gets the ability Skill Link, which allows its 2 to 5 moves to hit 5 times. So its Icicle Spear as Cloyster can do some really potent damage. And like, it's not a bad Pokemon, because I know a lot of people said Cloyster was really good against a good while of meta. Yeah, Gen 1 has meta. I'm gonna switch here to Pikachu in the front. I love Kadabra, but Kadabra's not going to be what I'm using here in this gym. This gym, if there's anything I can tell you about it before we face the next trainer, Misty. If you come back here in later gens, you can use the Super Rod and you can fish for Pokemon. I think it's Magikarp and Goldie on the rod, on the good rod, on the old rod. The good rod is Poliwag, and the Super Rod gives you Staryu. And the stupid thing about the remake, Fire Red and Leaf Green. Depending on what version, depends on who you get as your water Pokemon, because they split more Pokemon in the remake. If you're playing Leaf Green, you only have access to Staryu and Starmie, who are superb. Unfortunately, you get the bullshit of Cloyster and Shelter. Logic, I don't know. But yeah, it's a thing. We're gonna beat up this little girl, who I believe her only Pokemon should be Goldeen? So Goldeen, as of Gen 4 and up, got the better end of the stick. Goldeen is supposed to be himself a goldfish. More so of the koi fish from Japan, the little cute little fishes that float in the water. Goldeen herself is more so of the physical attacker. It is the only Pokemon in this gen outside of Gyarados who will have access to the move Waterfall without having to use a HM. And surprisingly enough, it has access to the move Horn Drill, or that horn on its head is actually why it's known as the Queen of the Sea. Its evolution, Sea King, is not that bad either, but it's more physical based. And until Gen 4, there was really not any real physical moves that Goldeen and Sea King can really take advantage of. I want to leave the gym now because I'm going to hit a left. I know, this feels like a combination of a live stream and a let's play. But I don't mind. I like it. It gives me some time to talk. Alright, we are now reaching the 4-hour mark. And with that, we're at the last 30 minutes. Which means it is time to go ahead and wrap up Cerulean City in terms of its gym. Yeah, this was an oversight in Gen 1. I guess because they didn't have enough room to just put gym in the middle. You'll see this again with Sabrina's gym, where it says gym. Because in Saffron City, there's 2 gyms, and I'll get into more reason of what that is. But this is everyone's favorite female companion to Ash Ketchum. Hi, Misty. Hi, you're a new face. Trainers who want to turn pro have to have a policy about Pokemon. What is your approach when you catch Pokemon? My policy is all-out offense with water-type Pokemon. And ladies and gentlemen, we are introduced to one of my favorite Kanto gym leaders, sparking her most unveiled outfit, Misty, the tomboyish mermaid and the goddess of water Pokemon. She starts off with Staryu, level 18 with the moves Harden, Tackle, and Bubble Weed. Starmie and Staryu are her doubles in terms of this game. Staryu has water gun, I forgot about that too. Staryu and Starmie, oh my god. Let's talk about these two. Staryu and Starmie are probably the best and most used water Pokemon ever. They are so amazing. They have so many awesome move pools that you can literally put onto them, and they are just a blast. I know for a lot of people who have played Gen 1, they said Starmie was kind of their wall, because there's really not many checks to this ace. This is Starmie, level 21, with the moves Bubble Beam, Harden, Tackle, and Water. Fun fact, Starmie in the anime was evolved very early, so it did not learn a lot of moves. I think it's akin to what Misty tells Ash, that, some Pokemon that evolve through, I didn't even tell throughout the series in general, is that Pokemon don't really learn a lot of moves after they evolve. Some more than others. Those exceptions are Eevee in its evolution line, Nido King and Nido Queen as of Gen 2 and up, because I think the only other move they learn is Thrash when they evolve, and Horn Drill, but Horn Drill is also a TM. Starmie is a powerhouse. Starmie's AI, I believe, is going to now force it to use Tackle. Missy's going to use an X defense to raise its defensive, I guess, because it fears my my Venusaur, my Ivysaur. Starmie, God, so many things I can say good about Starmie. Starmie is half psychic. Although you do not see her in this battle because Misty is a water type gym leader, Generation 2, Starmie is just bossed up completely. And it's still her ace throughout the series. I love Misty Starmie. I love Starmie. Starmie's my favorite water type. It is one of my favorite Pokemon to go back to. I love Starmie. Starmie's adorable. This is Starmie's pre-yellow look. For yellow, red, and blue, and even green, if you use them off the Super Game Boy, just makes Starmie look gray. Starmie is actually purple. I don't know what people's idea about a purple starfish was, but in the Pokédex entry for Starmie, Starmie is supposed to be Starmie's colors are supposed to represent the colors of the rainbow. And it's only really seen at night on top of the water. Another fun fact about Staryu and Starmie is that they're both genderless in games later on. There was some rework in the Pokemon anime. In Generation 1 anime of Pokemon, Ash uses Pokedex to identify Staryu. And it says, Staryu has no gender. It falls in love with men, and it falls in love with men, male or female, no matter. It's not male or female, and will fall in love with whoever it is. And Misty tells Ash that he shouldn't make fun of people or Pokemon for whoever they fall in love with, because that's who their heart desires. And it was a very touching scene. I think it definitely got reworded in Generation and the dub for. He says, "Wow, Misty, you're gonna fight me with joy." The line is that Staryu and its colors are to represent the colors of the rainbow. Oh, we got the Cascade Badge. If you get the Cascade Badge, it will allow Pokemon that are level 30 or lower, and up to level 30, be able to be traded, and they will obey you. Misty also says you can now use pets outside of battle, and allows you to cut down small bushes. She also gives you her favorite TM, which is Bumblebee. This changes in later gens. Gen 3, it is Water Pulse. Gen 8, it is Skull. And that's pretty much it for Misty. I want to put Bubble Beam away, because Surf's better. And I don't want to waste the Bubble Beam TM, just like I didn't want to waste the Water Gun TM. Which, fun fact, most of the Pokemon in Generation 1 don't learn Water Gun through level up. You do actually have to teach them it through TM. Yeah, like I said, Gen 1 is weird. I'm also going to deposit a lot of this stuff into the PC. So goodbye to the TMs. I will deal with the TMs later, because I organize the TMs based off of what TMs I have. And outside of the reusable TMs, I'm definitely going to use the deduplication glitch from Missing Note to multiply upon a TM. Basically, Psychic, Thunderbolt, Earthquake, Fire Blast, stuff like that. Now, the people here were robbed. It is obvious that Team Rocket is behind most of the horrendous crimes. Even our police forces have trouble with the Rocket. Yeah, so, yeah, Team Rocket tried to dig their way into our good digs are no good. Those Minnesota Rockets, look at what they did to our house. They stole our TM to teach our Pokemon how to dig holes. I believe Dig was supposed to be an HM. And I think it was supposed to help you get out of some issues. But this is our next encounter. Oh, with a rocket, and I'm not healed. So let me go heal. And then I will deal with the rocket. For this will be our end to Cerulean City. We will be back in Cerulean City because for 3 points of interest. One is post game, two is so we can get the fight, and the other is because of Rock Tunnel, which is to the right of Cerulean City. But we don't have access to the move Cut, and we don't have the access to the move Flash. And I also need a Pokemon to actually take on the move Flash, because I'm not putting it on any one of my team. Actually, no, I can give it to Pikachu, because I don't know fuck about Pikachu. But, yeah, this Rocket tries to act like he's an innocent bystander. Lol. Rocket here will give you the introduction to one of the most irritating. Oh, I put Pika in front. Can I get a Thunder Whale? Oh, I can, good. Maybe I can hit it with paralysis. But I can't, oh, Scotty shot. Yeah, I'm gonna switch here. Because, Jesus, look at that critical. And that's not even applying weaknesses, that's not even applying the stab. Jesus. I know this is gonna hurt Kadabra, cause, yeah. But no, we're gonna hit you with confusion. There we go, knocked out. Next up is Drowsy. Oh, level 18, cool. And I think I learned Disable? No, I learned at 19, I think it's 20. But, Drowsy, yeah, this is the instance where the whole physical special status bullshit. This is Drowsy, the Tape Eater Pokemon. Well, actually, it's the Dream Pokemon. Drowsy in its evolution, Hypno, are known for some really foul shit in the Pokemon universe. Where Drowsy is supposed to be based off of Tapir, which in Japanese lore helps people with their dreams and nightmares. Drowsy here in the Pokemon universe likes to kidnap kids. I wish I was lying. And there's actually a Pokemon episode that references this. Also, Drowsy and Hypno have access to the moves Dream Eater and Hypnosis. Hypnosis puts the Pokemon to sleep. Oh, and he also has some really good stab of Confusion, which is one of two of its most effective moves. I think because of how low to HP it is, I'm just gonna go ahead and go for Pika and go for the quick attack. Thankfully, ironically enough, Drowsy and Hypno have some really good physical defenses. I mean, it's pitch poor when most physical attacks can really one-shot them, but when you're in the generation, oh, I got the TM for Dig. TM828. I believe, yeah, and then this guy says, oh, okay, lost, decided to teach you to a Dig I dig without TM. Yeah, that is a sense to tell you that Diglett can learn Dig without TM. Diglett will also be part of this team. So, I love Diglett. Diglett is cool, but Dugtrio, its evolution is a bitch. You can actually catch Dugtrio really early, and that's actually who we're gonna go get soon. To be the next party member. I'm trying to also think what other addition to the team will we have. Hold on, let me look through this. Pika, Owl, Soar, Harpie. Harpie is going to get replaced with Dugtrio. Pika could easily be replaced with Jolteon just because I need the Pin Missile. Or evolves into Raichu and will have some help with Mega Punch. Even though it's not a stat move, they will have access to it. So, it just depends on that point. Because I will be able to get to Mega Punch and Mega Kick. To the left here is this branch. We can't do nothing about this because we don't have the HM for Cut. We have the badge that says we can use Cut, but unfortunately we don't have the access to it. Here below us on the next route, this is Route 20. I think this is Route 7, Route 8, Route 9 are fanned out. Let's actually count now. Yeah, we're on Route 5. Up above us was Route 24 and 25. Those are the routes that are adjacent to the Pokemon game. That is the Sea Cottage, which is Bill's house. Route 5 Route 6, um, Route, Route 7, and Route 8. Yeah, Route 7, Route 8, Route 5, and Route 6 are the routes that connect to the city Saffron. We can't get to Saffron because the guards are all thirsty and we need to give them a drink. They did change this in later games to give us more access. This is the Pokemon. This is daycare. He will raise your Pokemon for you. For every step is one experience. I really don't have a Pokemon that I want to drop off. I said I could drop off Magic Card. So I could get Gyarados. But then again, I can get my rod and then I wouldn't have to worry about it. Here, I believe this girl, she says, hi, do you ever need a Ran? Can I trade you for any Ran female? These are kind of the really bad trades. There's only 2 good trades, in my opinion, in Gen 1. The first trade, actually, I kind of skipped it, which is also a point of interest of where we can go back to Cerulean City. There's a old man, he loves to trade with trainers. His wife tells me this. This is more apparent in Gen 2. I mean, Gen 3's remake. But he says, I will trade you a Poliwhirl for my Jinx. This is the only time in Gen 1 where we have access to Pokemon Jinx. Jinx is really good. She is Ice Psychic. She has access to the move Ice Punch, which is a good stab, because Gen 1, Ice is special, and it'll play off of Jinx's special stat. So, yeah, if you could get hold of a Poliwag or a Poliwhirl real easy, which you can thanks to the Good Rod and the Super Rod, you're definitely set. Right now I don't have access to either, so, what is this? I know that's a trainer. There's 2 trainers I can't avoid. I know one of them is a butt catcher. And this is a butt catcher that I want to point out. Oh, yeah, him. This is a trainer of interest if you're trying to complete your Pokedex. I've never seen you around. Are you any good? He has Butterfree on his team. Butterfree, and he's probably the only smart butt catcher, actually. Butterfree. A lot cuter in his later iterations. Butterfree is, as I kept telling you guys, was Caterpie's fully evolved form. Generation 3 gives this Pokemon Compound Eye, where it is able to lay on its moves without missing. Its move lineup can consist of all the powders, and it also has access to the move Confusion, which, like I told you guys earlier, if I had access to Butterfree, or if I put Butterfree in the team, I would have definitely used Butterfree to help me go and get Abra, with the fact that it has access to both Stun Spore and Sleep Powder. I'm going to quick attack this Butterfree, because Butterfree is not a threat in Gen 1. Later gens it is, because it'll have access to its ability Compound Eyes. And like I told you, Compound Eyes is going to be a real mess to deal with, because I don't like dealing with Pokemon who have 100% accuracy moves, and there's no accuracy drop. That's right. Compound Eyes allows it to where this Pokemon moves don't miss, and it will never miss. I believe it's one of the rare cases of a bug Pokemon actually have access to it. I don't have any Pokemon. Oh, because I didn't buy none before I left Cerulean. And I need Pikachu because I believe some of the Pokemon trainers here are going to have flying types attached to them. So yeah, I can make a quick run back to Cerulean. Oh, for once, the instance of the speed up feature comes in handy. That's the bike shop. I went too far. So, you know, we're back in Cerulean. Until I get the move Cut or the move Fly, I'm kind of stuck like this, unfortunately. So I'm gonna buy a couple of these. I'm gonna buy 10. And I should be good on Pokeballs, so I'm gonna buy another 5 more. Because there really isn't many Pokemon I need to catch up. There is another trade of interest. It's not an important trade, but if you want access to the moves Fly and Cut without having to use a slot, there's a Pokemon of interest in a trade. You do need a Spearow for this trade. It is one of your first in-game trades. Actually, I have to show you the other mention of an in-game trade. So this guy here, this man, Hello there. Do you want to trade your Poliwhirl for Jinx? No. Well, if you don't, uh, my husband likes trading Pokemon. If you're a collector, would you please trade with him? He has access to the move to the Pokemon. Like I said, Jinx. I really do want Jinx because it will be an Ice type, and I'm looking at the scales of my team. Jinx can be a good option. Also, I want to go back so I can go put Gyarados into. No, I said I was going to catch him. Well, that's a rare chance if I catch a Goldie. Yeah. But no, I have access to Super Rod and stuff, so I should be fine. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I can wait because Venusaur and the only thing I'll have to do with is Fire type Pokemon, but that's not till Blaine and Cinnabar, and at that point I will have access to Surf, so that means I'll have access to Fire. So yeah, back through the tunnel we go, and oh wow, out here we go. These two are mandatory trainers. You actually got to fight them in order to get to Brilliant City. This is a junior trainer girl. It's their second junior trainer girl. So I forgot to mention one Misty's gym. I should have healed at the Pokemon Center. But I don't get revived till much later. I'm gonna kill this guy. Quick attack. Oh, good, I'm faster. Alright. Can I just spam Psych Confusion, please? I'm gonna spam Confusion. Because Pidgey has 4 special anyway. The only thing it has above me, yes, quick attack. Oh, that's that really well. But, yeah. Female junior trainers. Excuse me. They are not a threat. I'm sorry, everyone. Also to note about female junior trainers is that female junior trainers, still go for the really cutesy Pokemon. If that's the thing, I do need to heal up my Pikachu for the next battle. Actually, I'll do that now. Because, her boyfriend, actually the couple is above us, and they're a junior trainer boy and girl. And actually there's some homage to them in Gen 2, where there's another, junior trainer boy and girl. And it's like, oh, he beat me in a Pokemon battle. Honey, can you do something about it? And he's like, hey, quit picking on my girlfriend. And, I think the boy has a Pikachu and the girl has a Meryl. Or I think it might be inverse. But, yeah, yeah, they make homage to the boy and girl here. And, they're still junior trainers. I think at that point they are called picnickers and campers. Which still, to me, is the dumbest shit ever. But whatever. Because a junior trainer can still be a boy and girl, and a picnicker can... Never mind. I'm not gonna dig into this. Anyway, yeah, we're basically a Vermilion. And I actually want to take tomorrow to do Vermilion, because Vermilion is, well, no, because I want to go, I can at least go get Diglett. And, because, here's the thing, there is a way to cheat this. I have access to I have the Cerulean Badge. I don't technically need to beat Surge. I can come back. The only thing is Surge's levels will still be the same, which I believe is in the high 20s, and in the mid 20s. So the only thing I'm missing at that point is Thunderbolt, which I can come back for, because at this point in time, if you have a friend, you can have them trade you a Pokemon under level 30, and you can or trade them one of your Pokemon that can learn the move Kite. And that Pokemon will learn Kite. Trade it back, and it will reset the friendship value, even though I guess it's Gen 1. But you can use that cut because you have, you know, the Cascade badge. With that being said, you can basically go through the rest of the game and not have to search Surge. Till you realize, oh, I need all my badges, and then you have to go down to Surge, and you're like, oh, wait, Very over level for this. But yeah, that is the way to keep Surge without the SSN leaving. Because I do believe a lot of people talk about the SSN glitch to get me or Pikachu. Al can do it, but I have to watch out for quick attack. And hyper fairy. But there's quick attack. That's all I did. But yeah. Alright. That is it for... Well, there are 3 trainers I missed. I can come back to them if I want to level up. Like I said, the couple above, and then these 2. I should carry my Pokemon with me for my safety. And I believe she says, I want to get stronger. What's your secret? Yeah, these 2 are not really of interest of anything. And this patch of water can house your first water type if you come here to Vermilion. Vermilion, the city on the sea. We are also introduced to the newer class of Pokemon trainers. 2 actually. One is the Sailor, who uses a lot of bulky Pokemon. And then the other is the Gentleman. The Gentleman, oh yeah, he's talking about Tentacool. It is true, higher level Pokemon will be more powerful, but all will have a weak point against specific types. So there is no universally no strong Pokemon. Kid's right. Here. This guy, this is the fish guru. He said, I simply love fishing. Do you love fishing? Yes, I love fishing. Grand, I like your style. Here, why don't you take one of my rods? No pun intended. This is the old rod. It's basically a stick with a Pokeball on it. Just nothing really spectacular. But if you use it, it will allow you to fish for Pokemon. 3 in case in point. Your highest encounter is Magic Carp. Your rare encounter, depending on where you are, if you're inland, it is Goldeen. And if you're outland, it is Tentacool. I have used the good rod to get I have used the old rod to actually get a Tentacool or a Goldeen. Goldeen, like I told you earlier, physical attacker. Goldeen actually starts right off with the move Horn Attack. Peck Attack in its move pool. I think that was Gen 2 and onward, where it has Peck in its move pool, because I think it just has Horn Attack now. Yeah, I don't think it's still good rod and stuff, where I'll encounter better encounters outside of Magic Heart. And I think they're always a low level, so don't expect anything higher than level 5. I think with Goldeen and Tentacool being the exception of being level 7. I don't have an issue with Magikarp. I think Gyarados is a really cool Pokemon. It's not my cup of tea. Yeah, we're still gonna keep running into Magikarp, but yeah, that's the opposite of the good ride. Did you hear the SN moored into the harbor? Yeah, that's why we're actually here. We have the SSN ticket, so we can go aboard the SSN. Be careful of pollution. Grimer can multiply in toxic sludge. You can actually catch Grimer. This man right here, still not finished his stuff as a Gen 2. He says him and his Pokemon are trying to trample the ground so that they can get ready for construction. His Pokemon is Machamp. Machamp is stuck in the ground flat. So yeah, they're trying to build hotels and stuff here in Vermilion City. I forgot where the Vermilion City is this it? Vermilion Harbor. Okay. There should have been a sign to tell you about Vermilion City. I think it's over here. No, this is Pokemon Fan Club. Actually, we need to visit. In Pokemon Fan Club, this is Pokemon Fan Club President. He's going to tell you about his favorite Pokemon, Rapidash. Rapidash is not a bad Pokemon. There's a lot of jokes about this Rapidash, and oh god. I'm not even going to go there with the jokes, but yeah. He's going to give you a bike voucher for keeping you entertained with his Rapidash story. The bike voucher can be used to exchange. He also tells you that he has a Fearow, so he has no need for a bite. This girl here, she says she loves seals. She loves hugging her seal. This is actually her seal. Here, this is actually not. Oh, is this what this is? No, this is Pikachu. In later gens, it's actually a glyph. And Pikes is cute. Yeah, and I believe she tells you about the chairman, very vocal about Pokemon. For the most part, this is Pokemon Fan Club. It's a thing that happens in all gens. I believe this house here features this girl. She asks you, do you want to trade for a Spearow? She will trade you for her Farfetch. Farfetch, until Generation 8 of all things, gets an evolution into a Pokemon known as Surfetch. It's alright. It's more because of the type, but here I got my Pidgey to fly a letter to Saffron in the north. From here you can read it says, "Dear Pee-Pee," that's his name. I hope to see you soon. I heard Saffron's having some problems with Team Rocket. Vermilion appears to be safe. Yeah, this guy's name is Pee-Pee. He's gonna have his Pidgey fly this letter to his friend. No, that's not Pee-Pee. Pee-Pee is his friend. He says he hopes to see you soon because the issues that's going on right now is that Team Rocket is moving around through Saffron. It's a little nonchalant here because it's the video game, but if you read the manga, then you know Team Rocket took over Saffron. It's where they're basically trying to take over so they can take over the world. And they're trying to get to the Silph Co company so that they can take some of the machines and stuff. Primarily the Master Ball, which the president of Silph Co has. And for rescuing him, he actually gives you the Master Ball. For right now, what do I have on my counter? I'm looking right now. I'm already at 4:30. So what I'm going to do for the next few minutes is I'm going to explore Diglett's cave. There's only one encounter. There's only 2 encounters in that cave. The namesake itself, Diglett, and Diglett's evolution, the trio. For this reason, I'm buying repels. It's probably the first and the only time you'll actually see me buy regular repels. You can also buy super potions here. I'm not buying super potions because I want to find an item later on in the game that's a lot better than both the regular potion and super potion. And we'll be able to get filler till later on. This is Route 12. This is Diglett's cave, and there's also a note here. It says, note, Route 12 is blocked off by a sleeping Pokemon. Detour the rock tunnel to Lavender Town. Vermilion Police. Yeah, there's a Snorlax on the road, and that's gonna be your first instance of Snorlax. What a surprise, Diglett's done this long cave. It goes straight to Viridian City. I can't access all of Diglett Cave, unfortunately, due to the fact that, Diglett. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do the Repel strat. This is a strat that's used in later games for roaming legendary Pokemon, or roaming Pokemon in general, mainly roaming legendaries. Keep a Pokemon in the front of your party that has the highest level. Other Pokemon will not be appealed to it. I am doing this strat because there is one Pokemon I want to catch in this cave. And I've already hit to it. It's the Trio. The Trio, pure ground type, has only 2 weaknesses: grass and water. The Trio is an amazing Pokemon. Ooh, level 31. Jeez, I'm gonna be run for money. I'm going to Leech Seed Doug Trio because I'm gonna try to weaken it as best as I can. I don't have any Pokemon with Sleep Powder or Glare. Oh boy, and it digged. There's also another problem for Soar. That Trio is part ground. Is ground type, and since Soar is part poison, yeah, you kind of get the deal. It's gonna be weak to it. There's no neutral damage till later gens, so I'm gonna have to play off of like dealing with physical and special stats and stuff. Oh, I'm so lucky that I had a good defensive stat. I'm gonna use Growl to try to weaken this Pokemon, and I'm gonna use. Oh, it's gonna try to use Growl too. Also, fun fact, I think because the AI knows that I'm flying type, um, it's not gonna use dig unless it fears something. So yeah, it's gonna lay on the scratches, it's gonna lay on the dig. Yeah, this is one encounter that I don't advise anyone to do unless you have a really good access to a Pokemon that can deal with them. Primarily someone who's higher level. Growl's not gonna do anything to me, Dugtrio, because I'm Psychic and I'm using my special stats to deal with things. God, I wish that did some confusion, but yeah, I'm gonna check Pokeballs at this thing, hoping to catch it. God, I hope it does. Okay, let me use it. Hopefully, it's not gonna use Dig on me, but the Leech Seed is what I'm worried about because I didn't have any other moves to really counter this. Yeah, so I'm gonna try my best to hope that it doesn't die. And if anything, I can just teleport out of here or use the escape rope I have to go back to Vermilion and it's gonna get it. So yeah, this is not looking good for me. Yeah, it's still gonna dig. Hope I have some good stuff. No. So anyone left is Pika, and Pika can't do anything because, unfortunately, a lot of Pika's moves are locked behind being electric type. So, Jason, I guess the party was gonna go for you. Drink top in the refrigerator. Okay. Sorry, that's food. So, yeah, right after this, I'm gonna eat, but I'm gonna try to do. I can't do anything with this Doug Trio. I'm literally hoping that these Pokeballs work so I can catch this Doug Trio. Oh, thank God it did. So I caught the Doug Trio. That is the 5th member of this team. And I think at this point, I'm going to use Doug Trio's Dig. A team of Diglett Trios, it triggers huge earthquakes by burrowing 60 miles underground. There's also the connection between Doug Trio, which I'm going to actually name Trio, due to what is it? It's due to the fact that Doug Trio, for the most part, really good ground type. And it got some really good stat moves. I mean, right off the bat, it knows Dig, which is his ultimate stat move. I actually remember playing Yellow version, and I actually skipped Misty once I got to our old friend Bill. I came back to Misty with a level 31 Doug Trio. What 13? Yeah, this is probably going to be the instance where I have a very high level Pokemon who's already fully evolved. Scratch, Growl, Dig, Sand Attack are basically the lineup for Doug Trio. Who's probably the highest. He's going to take a while to level up, but it's worth it because Doug Trio is a really good ground type. Outside of that, guys, that is pretty much it. So next time I see you, which will be tomorrow, we will be going through the SSN. That is going to be our next dungeon. And it's more or less a dungeon of just a gauntlet of Pokemon battles. And I'll explain more, but yeah, we'll have some fun there. So, with that said and done, I want to thank everyone from watching. I'm going to leave off the screen there to basically give you guys this. So, exclamation point YouTube, if you guys would like to hang out with me via YouTube. That is my main channel. That's where all my main stuff is, my videos and more. This is the Instagram. If you guys want to interact with me via social media, it's actually through Instagram, which I definitely have. Here is Twitter. So you guys can connect with me via Twitter. Actually, I'm spelled Twitter wrong. And this is where I post my polls and a lot more of my rants and stuff. And the Discord. If you want to join the Discord community, you definitely can because I do have one. And as if you guys want to join in the Discord, anyone is able to join. Just respect the rules of the Discord, and that's pretty much about it. So, with everything said and done, I want to say thank you guys so much for watching. It's been a good 4.5 hours. I would go on to 5, but I'm going to leave some more room for tomorrow. Because basically, we got 2 out of the 8 gym badges, and I cannot wait to get some more. So, Till then, guys, thanks so much for watching, and I'll catch you on next time. ACJ, signing out. Take care.